organic meat sack that...
I really do feel that all the like little cliches, all the like little cute sayings about life are really all coming true right now. Like where people say, they'll say the phrase something like, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. And you're like, that's great, but when did I sign up for the war? And people will be like, you know, how's your sex life? Be like, oh, it's great. Life is fucking me and I've forgotten my safe word. I think all of these things are very, very accurate right now because we can't catch a break. And by we, I mean society as a whole. Number one, we have an awful lot of stupid people that have stepped up to the mic, and we are every day encountering the problem with freedom of speech. The problem with freedom of speech is that everybody gets it, even if they're wrong. Even the people who, like, I am finding that being right and being factual and being educational, trying to be a content creator around those things is very, very difficult because growth is painful. There's a quote from the book, The Fault in Our Stars. Life begins at the end or the edge of your comfort zone. Education begins at the edge of your ignorance. And people don't want to push past that. Just this weekend, we had Spirit Airlines randomly go bankrupt, randomly cease operation. Now, Spirit Airlines has been teetering. Sun was high, took a long walk. 50% of the shops are for sale, for rent. Everything is empty or closed. People are poor as fuck. You're right. And the problem is, people are caught in a really bad loop. People want quality, and they say they want to support small business, but small business will never be able to beat the price. Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club, Target to an extent, although Target is like very quickly, I think, going to be the next casualty in the corporate wars. They're, you know, people say they want to support small businesses, but then they do everything in their power to not support small businesses. We've seen a number of small businesses go under. We've seen a number of medium-sized businesses go under. And we have rules that are in opposition to each other. And the people have been brainwashed. Monopolies are bad. No, monopolies are actually very, very good. Monopolies are great. Except the final piece of a monopoly is greed. A monopoly is absolutely great. When you have one source of everything, that means you're not dealing with competition. You're not dealing with price wars. You're not dealing with specials. You're not dealing with anything else. If you're running a company and you're running cost plus, a monopoly would be great. If all the airline industry would run on cost plus, air travel would be amazing. In order to move your ass from St. Louis to Orlando International Airport, the cost of the flight is this. So the cost plus 15%, because the 15% gives us the money we need to pay the steward, or we'll actually include all the payroll for the staff into the cost. It allows us to pay pensions, benefits, and all the people that don't actually work on the airplane. Cool. It's also one of these weird, interesting bullshit things. Somebody on Friday, we were talking about capitalism and why does capitalism not really work? Capitalism doesn't work because we don't want it to work. For example, the airlines pay a gate fee for every plane they put to a gate. But the airport's already paid off. and the airline staffs the gate with their personnel. Now, I could understand if they took the daily tower operation and the daily runway operation. You know, people have to be out on the runway all day, changing lights, checking for FOD, field of debris, making sure nuts and bolts and screws and random shit doesn't end up on the flight line sucked into engines, right? And I understand that the airport, there's overhead costs, right? But why don't we break that out smarter instead of there being greed everywhere? Airports shouldn't be generating a profit. Airports should operate profit neutral. The airport should operate at cost plus 3%. And that 3% should go into a fund, so when the airport needs something done, it has a fund sitting in a bank account raising interest. The airport shouldn't be a source of revenue or income or funding for the city or the state that it's in. The airport should be a self-contained thing. Now, I know what some people are going to say, oh, well, X city or X state or Y whatever or Z fuck yourself, you know, they rely on the airport. Good, let's get them off of that. Let's fix the system and get them off the airport tit so that they can self-sustain themselves. You're going to miss Spirit. They were the Waffle House of flying. Yeah, Spirit, Family Guy, where they said, attention, this is Spirit Airline. We're going to begin boarding in a moment. Just please begin beating the shit out of people and find a seat on the plane. Spirit Airline was great. Spirit Airline was a great idea. So is Frontier and so is JetBlue. If at the end of the day, you don't actually care if you get there. And that's the important caveat. When there's only one flight out of an airport, you're rolling the dice. You might not go. And I showed that clip the other day of the pilot talking about how the plane's not going to go because we have 2 hours after the takeoff time that the pilot can penetrate into. And after that, he can't fly because of flying rules. Just like truckers have rules, train conductors have rules, pilots have rules. So they get to a point where the pilot says, look, I can't take off. If you fly with American, United, Delta, Southwest, they have spare crews in every city hub. And those spare crews know what days they're on call, so they can't drink. They have to be able to get to the airport within like 40 minutes of being called. So I always tell people, if you absolutely need to get somewhere, fly out in the morning. So fly out on like the 6 o'clock flight, the 8 o'clock flight, the 10 o'clock flight. And the reason why is if something happens that impacts the early morning flights, then they can step down and either move you specifically to a later flight, or your whole flight of people might move entirely. Like all the people who now still want to go, like, hey, the weather sucks. If you want to get off the plane, get off the plane, but we're going to button this plane back up. Like, we're going to pull back up to the gate. If you want to get off the plane, get off the plane. But once we come back out, we're going to sit on the runway. We're going to get ready to go. I remember to go on my honeymoon, the pilot said, he said, hey, ladies and gentlemen, there is a big weather storm over Orlando, and I'm up here with my first officer, and we're thinking about some options. But in order to be compliant with FAA regulations, we're going to pull back up to the gate right now. You can get off the plane if you want, but I do want to let you know, if we get a takeoff window, I'm only going to allow 10 minutes to get you back on the plane. We took off without some people. They never got back on the plane. I don't know what the fuck happened to them. All I know is I got to my honeymoon only about 2 hours late. So now Spirit Airlines is out of business. But what really sucks for people, I could understand if Spirit Airlines was going to start winding down. Like if on Saturday morning, Spirit Airlines woke up and they said, ladies and gentlemen, we are letting you know that in 2 weeks we're shutting down. So stop flying us unless you're flying home with us. Stop flying away from your homes. But Spirit Airlines, due to the rising cost of aviation fuel, they just flat went out of business. Somebody somewhere looked and said, we literally can't buy aviation fuel for tomorrow. We don't have any cash on hand. Because, unlike Intrepid Studios, they said, we're looking at how much money we have, how many obligations we have, how many liabilities we have, and we have to be able to give refunds. And we simply can't. Some team of accountants somewhere is looking at everything and says, we're done. We have to be done today. We can't fly anymore. Now there's a bunch of people that are stuck in places trying to get their refund, which their refund is great, but if they flew Spirit for $200 and now the flight home is $600, that's terrible for them. You are your own liability. The really large problem that I feel terrible for lots of people is there are people that are stuck. I hate when that happens to people. See, that's what sucks for people. That's how people get into jammed up. But at the same time, the thing that's going to make me not a friendly guy, not a nice guy, is this one. And this is the one that always makes me lose viewers or lose fans. And what I'm going to say is, to be honest, if you were able to afford to take a vacation, I'm not talking about the people. There's one group of people I'm saying, like, maybe you flew to visit your mom because your mom was dying, or you had to do something else, you had to fly, and now you're fucked. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about the people who did a bad life choice thing, right? Or a bad thing in your life choice thing. I'm not talking about like the person that went to bury a family member, be with a sick relative, and they got screwed by Spirit going out of business. I'm talking about them. I'm talking about the vacation people I saw in many of my Disney groups. A lot of Disney families trying to get home yesterday, and they're like, shit, I can't afford the plane ticket home. Like, my credit cards are maxed. If you're at Disney World, okay, and your credit cards are maxed, and you can't get home because you bought Spirit Airline tickets, then I got really bad news for you. You shouldn't have been at fucking Disney World in the first place. And that's the thing that makes me unpopular. That's the piece. That's the piece that makes me a bad guy. Because I say you shouldn't have been there in the first place. We have people that are putting luxury above necessity. Like, there's a how shall I say? There are people that don't understand what priorities are. They'll be at Disney World sweating the rent back home. Then why the fuck are you at Disney? Why are you at Universal? I get it. You need time away. You need a vacation. There is a hell of a lot of things you can do that are cheaper than $5, $6, $10, $15, $18,000 at Disney. But you can't say that to people anymore because they're entitled. They feel entitled. But I'm looking at this catastrophe. And this is just going to cause ripples throughout air travel throughout the United States. Spirit Airlines shut down what to do to get home and get refunds. Many airlines that used to compete with Spirit are now parachuting in with deals to save their travelers. Airlines including American, United, Delta, JetBlue, Frontier, and Southwest are capping or reducing ticket prices for people to book new flights. There is a limited window for this deal, which prioritizes now stranded travelers. Southwest offers only available in person at an airport ticket counter through Wednesday. right? United is allowing such bookings for up to 2 weeks. Get your money back in refunds. Spirit said they prepared for an orderly wind down of its operations and that it will automatically process refunds for any flights booked on a credit card. Travelers who book through third-party agencies should direct refund requests to those agencies. Anyone else who got their reservation through vouchers or credit or points will have to wait to see through Spirit's bankruptcy process. The worst part about this is during the Biden administration, JetBlue tried to merge with Spirit and the Democrats blocked it. And now the Democrats are blaming the Trump administration because the Trump administration offered Spirit Airlines $500 million but wanted half of their air fleet. What really scares me, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm hearing a lot of what I'll call scuttlebutt that we can't get replacement parts for a lot of things we need because China is so pissed off at the United States. China is just like, no, fuck off. We're not giving, like, so much of what we need for our avionics industry comes through China. China's basically saying, no, we're not giving that to you. We aren't ramping up production. We're not modifying production. Fuck off. No. And considering, why did the U.S. government offer Spirit Airlines $500 million for half of their fleet? Because we just lost a shit ton of military hardware. We have a ton of military hardware damaged. We need parts. We need shit to cannibalize. The last vacation I took cost me $4,000 a book for 4 people. I didn't go there with 4K. I went with 8K because I know what an overrun is, and I know that they're basically a fucking guarantee. Yeah, exactly. This is a great question, and I will do my best to explain this one for you. How come there are Chinese whales in video games? I thought they had a poor economy for the people. That is because, number one, Westerners have been fed an awful lot of propaganda about China. Number two, almost, and I'm telling you this as a social scientist, sociology, cultural anthropology, economics, history, psychology, sociology, all that shit. I teach all that shit. All that good shit. When we say what poverty is, the United States and the Western media has this really bad habit of taking our poverty line and applying it to other countries. And what we say is, well, our poverty line is 15,960. Well, then we take 15,960 US and we apply it to other economies. So for example, when I had the one person who was upset, I was saying at face value, it looks like there's more Iranians in poverty than there are Americans, because at face value, it looks like 30% of Iran lives in poverty. But the truth is that that's not apples to apples. In America, poverty is 15,960 for a single person or 33,000 for a family of 4. Now, I want to just put this up here for a second. 15,960 for one person. Now, 31,920 would be 2 people. I don't even know how in the shit we seriously consider 15,960 is the poverty line for one person, 31,920 is the poverty line for 2 people, but 33,000 is the poverty line for 4 people. This, remember I say we gotta fix all the systems. This is what we have to fix. How can you say that a family of 4 only gets about 180 or 1,080 bucks for 2 kids for the year. I don't know about you, man, but I can't feed a kid on $500 in a year, no matter how hard I try. So how does that loop to how are there Chinese whales in games? Well, number one, they have sometimes as much of a 2-hour commute. So for them, all their entertainment time is spent on commuting. China also has 1 billion plus people. So they have a lot more upper middle class people. Plus their society doesn't frown upon or look down upon gaming like the Western world does. If you go into a group of people, highly professional group of people, you'll hear stuff like, well, what do you do for fun? Oh, I golf. Oh, I run. Oh, I garden. Oh, I landscape. You won't hear somebody in a group of professionals be like, oh, I'm a gamer. Oh, I play Magic the Gathering. Oh, I play Warhammer. You just won't hear that because people will look at you like, what the fuck? Even though personally, half those people have a Warhammer army, but they won't say it because it's considered unprofessional. Well, I don't know what's unprofessional about it. Over in China, they're okay with people being gamers. They're okay with people whaling. In South Korea, there's no shame. In fact, not only is there no shame, but it's not looked down upon. They get off work and they go to an internet cafe, hang out for a little bit as young professionals. That's not looked down upon. That's seen as socializing with your peers. So we say, oh, well, all these Chinese people are living in poverty. Well, number one, no, they're not, because they're not living in poverty in the confines of their country. They're living in poverty due to an arbitrary standard applied over the top of their economy that has nothing to do with their economy. In Iran, you have to make less than 4,400 USD a year to be in poverty. But Western media says 30% of Iran lives in poverty. Yeah, sure. Right. Now, there's a difference between talking about poverty and quality of life. Those are 2 different things. Some people look down their nose at people that are still living in like rural villages that draw water from a well, that eat out of like, cast iron pot, and they're like, oh, they're so backwards. Then I remind them, until the late 1990s, many homes in Ireland were still sod burning black iron ovens. That's how you heated your water and that's how you cooked your meals. Just because it's not something Americans are used to doesn't mean it's ass backwards. That's how they choose to live. It's more acceptable for people to spend their savings on games. Yeah. I like space games, and they have a bunch of people in their concierge program spending more than $1,000, and they also spend on big ships too. But if their middle class is blowing their income on it, it makes more sense. Yeah, their middle class spends their money on gaming. That's what they do. Now, I would recommend that the middle class not spend their money on Star Citizen. Let the game come out first before we give Chris Roberts any more money. I wish the U.S. had internet cafes. As soon as I said that, I realized the U.S. has too many homeless to have internet cafes. Yeah, the U.S. has too many homeless to have internet cafes. And instead of us looking at, a couple of years ago, there was a problem with homeless sitting in libraries. Now, the problem with the homeless sitting in the libraries isn't the fact that they're homeless sitting in the library. It's the fact that homeless often have hygiene issues. Homeless people can have fleas. I'm not joking. They literally can. They can have lice. They can bring infestation into the library. We don't want that. But instead of us saying, okay, well, how do we make it so that a homeless person has somewhere they can go during the day? Our first immediate knee-jerk response is to kick the homeless people out of the library. Our first immediate knee-jerk response is to say, you have to have a physical address. If you are homeless, you can clean up and go to the library. Yeah, I'm going to stop you on that one. How do you clean up if you're homeless? Because you said you can, but that's the piece not all of them can. There's not always a place for them to do that, because some people say, oh, we'll get a Planet Fitness membership for $10 a month, and then you can always use the shower. Yeah, to do that, you have to have a credit card. To have a credit card, you have to have a mailing address. To have a mailing address, you either have to have a physical address or a P.O. box. To have a P.O. box, you have to have money. A lot of homeless shelters, they don't allow you to stay in the homeless shelter throughout the day. You have to take you and all your belongings out every day. Some homeless shelters will allow you to use that address. Some homeless shelters, some use the pools. Some can, others they're not allowed to. Others, like where I'm at, the pool closed in August and won't be open until May of 2027. Our pool is going to be down this whole summer. Our problem is we don't focus enough on the problem because we don't see the problem. Donald Trump is more worried about making the parks in America, the park by the Lincoln Memorial, sparkly blue, than he is about feeding hungry kids and fixing American school systems. Look, man, I am all about making parks and monuments beautiful and sparkly and clean, and I would do that if I was president, if I was king, if I was emperor, if I was the exarch. But not at the expense of feeding kids. Not at the expense of making sure.
Look at this. How?
Not at the expense of making sure kids have enough to eat. And that's where I think we have a really, really, really large problem. We're not doing what we need to do to take care of the people. Yeah, the fact that we aren't kidding, the fact that we aren't feeding we aren't feeding all of our children is embarrassing. Too much focus on the symptoms and not on the problem. Right, exactly. Like, when I went to the hospital last March, I was pissed off because I was dehydrated. They were so busy that night. I took my first IV bag. My IV wasn't wide open. My IV was on a fairly consistent drip, but it wasn't wide open. And I was in the waiting room long enough for the whole IV bag to drip into me. Now, my wife, being a former med tech, she walked up to the nurse at the counter and she simply said, "Hey, I understand you guys are really busy tonight. We've been here about an hour. My husband has taken a whole IV bag. Is there any way somebody can just give him another one because he's that dehydrated?" The nurse, the counter girl said, "Yeah, 1 second." When the nurse looked over, she's like, "If he's taking an IV bag in an hour, we got to get him in back. We got to look at him." They had me in back. They gave me another IV bag wide open. I took that whole IV bag. But exactly what you're saying, they were treating my symptoms. They were treating my symptoms. And then they came to me, which was funny to me. They came to me and they said, "Well, our CT machine is down." And they said, "So what we would have to do is we would have to call in an ultrasound tech because we really need to do like a scan of your stomach because there might be something going on. But we would have to call her in." And the way the doctor was saying it was like, are you going to make us inconvenient? My wife in the corner was like, "Yeah, call her in." My wife was basically, "What? Is this a discussion? Get the person in here." Then the doctor was like, "Well, I'm just wondering if it might be better to transfer you to another hospital because if the ultrasound gives us an indication, we're not going to be able to do anything further than that without the CT." My wife was like, "Well, let's get the ultrasound in because if the ultrasound can eliminate it, then that gives us a course of action. It's like, why are you focusing on the symptoms? What's causing the symptoms? So they did the CT. They did the ultrasound. I didn't have a bleed or anything. So they gave me magnesium and they sent me home. 2 days later, I'm right back in the emergency room. When I got in on the emergency room, the first thing the doctor, because now it's a Tuesday and it's not the weekend crew, the first thing the doctor on the weekend does is he's looking at my file and he's looking at me. He's looking at how much IV fluid I've taken. And he said, who the hell gave you magnesium and then discharged you? Or who gave you magnesium on your way out the door? And the doctor was like, have you been losing all your liquid again? And I said, yeah. He's like, well, no shit. They gave you magnesium, pushed you out the door. No wonder why you're knocking on death's door. He's like, looks at my wife, is like, we're going to be admitting your husband. He's going to be in the hospital for a couple of days. That's why I was gone. We're not focusing on the problem. We're focusing on putting a bow and a fresh coat of paint on the problem. We got to get past that. People are all like blaming Spirit Airlines for not taking the deal. I think I got a video queued up why Spirit Airlines didn't take the deal. I think it was this guy.
To help make money back to pay back the investors and creditors, okay? Their goal is to take all of that property, allocate it, and sell it at top dollar price. Now, the catch is, if it's a decent court-appointed trustee who actually has morals and ethics like Spirit Airlines seems to have, they won't sell it to the federal government. Let me tell you why. They have ownership of that property. If they don't line up ethically and morally with the buyer, they can deny that buyer a bid on that auction. They don't have to take their offer.
Oh, this isn't the one. Where is... Somebody broke down the... Maybe this guy?
The White House never wanted to save Spirit Airlines because Spirit Airlines was the only flying option for low-income people, and Republicans hate low-income people. You know how I know? Because research literally shows that just Spirit Airlines' existence in a marketplace lowers fares in nearly every case. For example, a 2016 study documented a Houston to Kansas City route that was serviced only by United Airlines. Tickets on average went for $300 until 2014 when Spirit Airlines also began the service on that route. Spirit offered fares closer to $90, and United was forced to bring down the average fare down to $180, and the effect was seen again and again in routes across the country. And anytime Spirit left a specific market, the average fares of other airlines jumped 23%, or roughly $60 for a round-trip flight. Meaning these billion-dollar airline corporations need Spirit Airlines to fucking go away in order for them to make record profits off of our backs. And by the way, there's no doubt in my motherfucking mind that the video sensationalizing Spirit Airline passenger fights, or bad customer service at the airport gate, or turbulence on the planes was a psyop by billion-dollar airline corporations to suppress Spirit Airline ticket sales. And I believe this for two very important reasons. Number one, because bullshit aside, Spirit Airlines had a flawless flying record. They have never had a fatal passenger accident in all the years they've been in business, so none of the other airlines had anything on them. But for two, interestingly enough, the potential bailout that the White House was going to do for Spirit Airlines apparently sparked backlash from both the airline industry and among Republicans in Congress, because they argued that previous bailouts have been in support of all U.S. airlines, not a single carrier or group of airlines. So to be clear, these billion-dollar airline companies were mad that they weren't getting bailout money that they didn't even fucking need, and their tantrum, along with Republicans, ended affordable airline travel for low-income and working-class folks forever. That's what the fuck happened.
Yeah, part and parcel of that $500 million bailout, though, like I said, was the federal government was going to get half their fleet. We need more small companies and less large ones. No, we don't. We don't need a bunch of small companies because small companies are inefficient. We need large companies that are price capped. See, people think monopolies are bad because you've been taught in school, in grade school, you were taught by an individual who probably had maybe a bachelor's degree in history and in a teaching certificate that monopolies were bad. You probably were taught, maybe even were taught your social studies in grade school by a person who doesn't even have a degree in history. You might have been taught your history by a person with an education degree. The problem with that is you don't understand the nuance. I was an individual with a bachelor's degree in history who chose to get a teaching certificate, who chose to teach. I was not an individual who chose to be a teacher who got credentialed in history because it was the fastest thing to get. I don't know. I don't think the government should save anyone, but if they're going to save companies, they have to save them all and not pick and choose. Well, the problem is, like the guy said, the rest of the airline industry didn't need to be saved. Spirit, Frontier, and JetBlue bring a lot to the table, and that it forces airlines to have more affordable fares. For example, you fly on Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is the only airline that flies out of St. Louis nonstop to MCO, which is Orlando, because Southwest doesn't hub out of Atlanta like United and American do. Southwest hubs out of MCO and STL. Because Southwest hubs out of MCO to go across to Houston. And then they fly down internationally to somewhere. They've saved others in the past. You're right, they have. Where we don't need more small companies is because small companies would be great, but then we would get right back to the problem of inefficiencies. Walmart would be great. Like, everybody complains about Walmart. Walmart should pay their employees better. As I've demonstrated on the show, Walmart could afford to pay their employees about $1.50 more an hour. Anything more than about $1.50 more an hour, and Walmart's out of business. And people don't like that because people don't understand the difference between gross revenue, gross profit, and net profit. People are like, oh, Walmart had $111 billion in profit. No, they had $111 billion in gross profit. Then you have to take away all their expenses. They had about $21 billion in net profit. They have 2.1 million employees. Give them all $1 more an hour. That's about $4.5 billion. Companies should never be saved for the sake of the company. They should only be saved for the sake of the ability to contribute to the well-being of the consumer and the stability of the economy at large. Yeah. So you got 17,000 people out of a job this morning. And then, of course, you got a bunch of people that are out there like, well, why didn't they give warn notice? They did. Spirit Airlines has issued warn notices in September and January. This is unforeseen circumstance. Spirit Airlines has declared bankruptcy, issued warn notices. It's not like the employees and the airline industry didn't know Spirit was in trouble. They tried to negotiate a merger with JetBlue. Elizabeth Warren and the Democrats stopped it. Joe Biden's administration stopped it. I think who I blame MAGA. I don't blame Republicans. I blame Make America Great Again Republicans. You voted for a guy who bankrupted 3 casinos and you thought he was going to be able to lead you out of the desolation. If minimum pay is less than what a person needs to survive, then we, the taxpayer, will end up subsidizing their workforce, which is welfare for the companies. Except minimum pay isn't less than what a person needs to survive. And I know people don't like me for this, but there's a really, really big problem in America. America especially. There's not a cost of living problem. There's a cost of quality of life problem. People want to have a certain style of life. When I worked in the financial assistance shelter, I saw it all the time. Person gets out of a $50,000 Escalade, comes in is sitting in the waiting room on a $1,500 iPhone. They're carrying a $500 Gucci bag. They've got on $200 Jordans. You don't have a fucking income problem. You have a spending problem. There are literally people who have straight-faced said to me, I make $160,000 a year and I'm drowning. No, the fuck you're not. You know the fuck you're not making double the median income and struggling. You're drowning because you have a spending problem. There are, like, people say all the time, oh, well, Amazon doesn't pay its workers enough. Down here, Amazon starts where I'm at. Amazon starts at $18 an hour and your benefits start on the first day. If you bring in all of your family members' social security numbers on your first day of work, you get an email by the end of the day with your insurance information. Like, you have to have it done by the end of the first week or you're fucked. But people are like, well, $18 an hour isn't enough to live. How do you figure? Down here, I'm not, and people are like, well, I can't live in New York City for $18 an hour. You shouldn't be living in New York City until you have a career that requires you to live in New York City. Unless you're a professional, you shouldn't be living in New York City. I was a professional. I was a C-level officer at a company. That's why I had a bougie fucking apartment with a fucking awesome view of the city, because I was their marketing guy. That's why I had a cleaning lady who came in every day, because I brought clients home probably 4 out of 7 nights of the week. Because my apartment was an extension of my job. My job gave why I had the apartment. It justified the apartment. Like, when my rent is, like, back in the day, $3,000 a month, which this is 26 years ago, so that's buku dollar. But when I walk in and I say to my boss, by the way, here's a $100,000 contract, my boss is like, ka-ching, and I'm like, ka-ching is right. Write my rent check for me. But we got to work on something. Part of it is that, yes, and I'm not saying that the companies aren't without blame. The companies are without blame. But I find it funny that in the park services, right? In the park services, they literally have signs everywhere that say, "Do not feed the animals, or they will grow accustomed to being hand-fed." But then the rest of the government gives out handouts and can't understand the lesson. Like, one part of the government literally put signs in our parks that says don't feed the wild animals or they'll become accustomed to being fed by humans. But the rest of the government seems to operate on giving handouts. I'm not against hand-ups. A helping hand up. I'm not against safety nets. I'm not against you fall, you struggle, you stumble. I don't want the little kid to smack their face off of the pavement. I don't want the adult to smack their face off the pavement. I think it's a really good idea to have unemployment and Medicaid gap. I think that we need to revamp how insurance works, right? I think we need to revamp how healthcare works, which is one of those things I say, this is probably one section where a monopoly would have been good. There's 85 different health insurance programs. What happens when you have 85 different health insurance programs? Who benefits? They do. Why? Because they're all in cahoots with each other. The only issue with large companies, it creates less avenues in the market for people to run their own business because of competition. But then again, it's probably the education system's problem. There isn't more competition. No, it's not that. It's, remember, you're kind of right, but here's the thing. You said the only issue with large companies, it creates less avenue in the market for people to run their own business. It's not the large company, by virtue of being the large company, that wins over the small company. It's the price. The small company can only buy 3 of these. So they can't get a bulk rate discount. So they can only buy 3 at a time because that's about what they stock and sell and cycle and blah, blah, blah. So they sell them at $10 a piece. But the large company buys 3,000 of them at a time so they can sell them at $5 a piece because they get them on a bulk rate discount. The consumer can choose to go and buy it at the small store, but what Grant said was, if the minimum pay is less than a person needs to survive, well, I would expect a person struggling to survive to go to the big box store and buy it there, because that puts $5 extra in their wallet. There are people, like I said, I've told people that I'm like, why the fuck are you shopping at Kroger? And they're like, what do you mean? Or even worse, I'll go even worse one. Why the fuck are you buying your groceries at Target? They're like, oh, well, it's here and it's convenient. Aldi is literally 2 miles down the road. Aldi is literally, there's another Aldi 0.7 of a mile that way. You have 2 Aldis within 3 miles of you. But you're buying your fucking groceries at Target? Ran around the store with them. All the stuff they had. Said, put all that shit back. Jumped in the car. Drove over to Aldi. Got all the same shit. For over $100 less. And they were like, holy crap. Yeah, holy crap. I've heard people say I don't shop at Aldi because Aldi is poor people food. Aldi is poor people food. No, Aldi is rich people food. Because food is food. Maybe in downtown New York City, but if you're living in Brooklyn and you have a lot of generational home, like a lot of those places do, 18 is more than enough. If your house was paid off in 1840 and passed down through the generations, you don't really have a mortgage, just maintenance. Yeah, you're right. But remember, there's only so many people who have that. There's only so many generational hand-downs. There's only so many generational hand-downs. Let's see.
The White House never wanted to save Spirit Airlines.
No, the White House wanted their airplanes.
They don't teach you this in school, but the key to success is to bite off more than you can chew and then just figure out how to chew it.
This is, I saw this and I downloaded it because this is something that was taught to Generation X. And I don't think, maybe this was taught to some of the Zillennials, but I don't think this was taught much after about 1985 or 1986. Bite off more than you can chew and then figure out how to chew it. We have people that, I call them bare minimum Bobby. You have bare minimum Bobbies showing up to work. Like, you'll say to them, I need you to do X, Y. I need you to clean the stockroom. And they'll tidy it up. And then you'll go back there and you'll be like, you didn't sweep. So then they'll sweep. Yeah, shitbag sailor, shitbag airman, dirtbag airman. I don't know what a food lion is. You have to bite off more than you can chew to succeed. Yeah. I used to say to my boss, it'd be a project that I thought was going to be a little out of my scope. And I would just say to my boss, I'd like to tackle that, but I might need some mentorship. I might need some mentoring. Every other lieutenant at the table would be staring at their hands or staring at their feet. I took on a huge project one time, and everybody else was like, I can't believe you took that on. That's going to be a ball buster. So I went back to my office. I started working on it. About 11 o'clock at night, I looked outside. I was lucky. I had a window. About 11 o'clock at night, I looked out the window. I was like, holy shit, it's 11. By the time I looked out the window again, it was 4 in the morning. I was like, holy fuck. So I shot my boss an email at 4 in the morning. I said, hey, boss, I'm still on station. I'm going to go home and lay down for a couple hours. I'll be back by 9. He pulled out the alpha roster to call my wife, to tell my wife to tell me to sleep in. I had sent him what I had gotten done. He sent my wife a message and said, when your husband wakes up, tell him to stay in bed, go back to bed, come in at noon. I came in and my boss is like, this is amazing. You did this in one day. I said, yeah, but I'm going to need a little mentorship. He's like, so far, you don't need any mentorship. He's like, just keep going. He's like, but work normal hours. Take more work. Take something you need to push yourself to do. Take the jobs people don't want because they are harder. Everything grows your reputation. And finally, the biggest bite off more than you can chew, start your own business. So I do agree with you, everything up until start your own business. Not everybody should start their own business. Everybody should have their own side hustle, a tiny small little thing, because the tiny small little thing is good for tax write-offs. But not everybody should try to start their own business. There is not enough room in the economy for everybody to have their own business. Not everybody, like I'll tell you right now, my eldest brother, owning his own business, smart guy. My next brother down should not have his own business. Some absolutely should, but they don't. And if they don't, and they should, then they shouldn't. Because they're missing something. My next brother down, he runs the Walmart. Yeah, my next brother down manages a Walmart. He's a full store manager. He is the boss of bosses at the store. He's very good at what he does. But he's a cog. He's not a puppeteer. He's a puppet. And then my sister, nothing against my sister, but my sister went a different route. My sister chose to be a mom. Your wife had to drag you to bed at 3 a.m. because you were still working on programming? Yeah, I mean, go to bed. See it with fresh eyes tomorrow. So yeah,
they don't teach you this in school, I love this. But the key to success...
I love this thing that a young person is saying this. The key to success is biting off more than you can chew and figuring out how to chew it. But what you're hearing in contrast is people his age are saying, we should all be quiet quitting. We should all be doing no more than the bare minimum. We should all do no more than the bare minimum of what our job expects us to do. Well, that kid is going to get a promotion, and a promotion. And the kids that are saying, do no more than what is necessary, in 5 years from now, they're going to be on their 6th entry-level job saying, I don't understand why I can't ever get anything better than an entry-level job. And it's going to be because you never bite off more than you can chew. I'm going to contrast that one with this guy.
This is a great question. How do you actually start an employee-owned business? Well, they can start in a number of different ways. One of the most common ways is that...
So the background on this guy is this guy doesn't believe in working for somebody else. Right there. You have 3 sons and not one of them could run their own business. You're completely shutting down your business. They will not be taking it over as they would be bankrupt inside a few years. Yeah. I mean, that sucks, but not everyone is a leader. This guy's background is this guy absolutely hates big corporate. He absolutely hates big corporate. He thinks he truly believes all of the value, all of the money belongs to the worker. So he's always talking about how everything should be worker owned and operated.
Just like any small business, 1 or 2 people begin a business, they hire people, and then they give the option to buy into the company to the people that they hire. Another common...
Why would I want to do that? And I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just saying, why would I want to do this? What he's saying. So I know outright, 20%. I know out of the box. If I start a small business, 20% likelihood that my business is going to fail in the first year. And that is just a fact. It was worse during the COVID year, so make sure to throw out the 2020 year. But you can do everything right and still close. Because not every business will be successful. So 1 or 2 people get together, let's say $50,000. They struggle and they get the business to a successful point. Whatever this matrix is, whatever this cross line is, the business is successful. And then you want me at the point that it's successful enough that I will start to make money. You want me to take a much smaller cut and bring in other owners?
Way is that 1 to 5 people decide to start the business together. They know that they're going to be employed by the same company. They'll run the company democratically. They pool their resources together. They seek loans through credit unions or other lenders who actually see employee-owned companies as attractive lending options because liability is spread out over multiple people.
All right. What he's not telling you is that the liability is spread out over multiple people, but that's bullshit. I go into the bank right now and I say to my bank manager, hey, Big Papa, I need $300,000 for a business venture. He's going to say, okay, that I'm going to need you to come in. I'm going to need you to bring some paperwork, but I got you. Meanwhile, the 5 of you are all going to have to come in and each get a $60,000 loan. The liability is spread out because each of those other people can't get $300,000 of their own money. Yeah, I hate when people try to nice wrap a bunch of bullshit. The difference is I can walk in the bank and get $300,000 on my credit. Most people can't. So this guy is disingenuous as fuck.
And then, just like any small business, the employee-owned company uses that startup cash to access materials, real estate, whatever they need to do to produce goods and services that they can sell to their communities. But unlike many small businesses and corporations, the profits and risk are spread out democratically over every member of the organization. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that for-profit models are necessarily the best way to organize our economy, but as far as for-profit models go, this is...
You don't think for-profit models are the best way to organize your economy? And what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, democratically. You don't run a business democratically. You can try, but they fail. Like if you got 5 people, they're going to vote. So it takes 3 votes to do something. There's a reason why shareholders vote for a board, and the board votes for a chairman, and the board then votes for a CEO to have one chief executive that's beholden to a board. You don't run fucking successful businesses by committee. Worker-owned doesn't work most times, as most people won't work any harder than they have to and can't control their spending. They think that when they have the money, they can spend it, not thinking about what they owe and what they need to keep the company running. Yes, that is the exact problem with worker-owned. Everybody thinks they're smarter than they really are. It's like you've heard me say, don't ask me a computer programming question because I fucking don't know. Don't ask me a website question. And you're going to say, but Jay, you have like 5 websites. And I'm going to say, great, go ask Zencoder. You're going to be like, why? Because Zencoder built all my websites. I didn't build shit. Zencoder did. What this guy is saying is absolute bullshit. None of it's technically a bold-faced lie, but it's not accurate. You don't run a business democratically. The boss solicits inputs during the meeting. And then at the end of the meeting, one of 2 things happens. You agree with the boss and you go out and sell what he says, or you disagree with the boss so adamantly that you follow him to his office to go another round, or you quit. The issue is nobody got taught business, taxes, or anything related to those things in elementary or middle school or high school. Yeah. You haven't, it would be nice if it was required by law to be a content creator. And I sincerely mean this. I wish by law you had to have your credentialing. And I would be the first person to do this, right? If you had to load your credentialing into a website, so that somebody could come along and be like, what's this guy talking about? Oh, His military service is confirmed. His college credits are confirmed. Because you've got an awful lot of people that are talking about shit, and you want to say to them, well, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's just my opinion. Well, your opinion is ass. How can they be flexible on the phone and giving people quotes and whatever if they need to be democratic? Some opportunities won't wait for your vote. Right. I forgot which business manager it is, but he has a really great, it's a really great philosophy. People at the lowest level, they can spend $100 to fix a problem. They if it's under $100, they can just fix the problem. The next level, 1,000, right? The next level, 10,000. The next level, 50,000. Vice presidents, 500,000. He said once a vice president came to him, something needed fixed. It was like a 50,000 fix, and the vice president came in and was pitching him. New vice president in the company was pitching him, and he said, "Stop. Why is this going to be more than $500,000?" He said, "Oh no, it's only going to be about 50,000." He said, "Then why are you wasting my time? I've empowered you to make decisions up to 500,000." And then he said, "Maybe you were the wrong choice because you seem to be gun shy about 10% of what you're authorized to spend." He's like, I don't have time for this. That's why I have you." And after that, he never had another problem with that vice president. That vice president just wasn't used to having that level of authority. If you don't trust the people that you have working for you to spend money, then why the fuck are they working for you? An ever-growing number of people who need to know how business works in order to make decisions for the company. All of a sudden, switching vendors is a drawn-out bureaucratic process. Right. And then all of a sudden, everybody becomes the hand that needs to be greased. Well, we were using Acme box supply, but somebody's nephew is the sales agent at, Wonderbox. And now somebody is trying to get us to switch to Wonderbox. No, we're staying with Acme. But now we got to call it to a vote. It's like, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's like I said, I used to dispense out millions and millions of dollars. My first time walking into a meeting, this big ass conference room, a couple of hundred people in this auditorium. I walked in and I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Captain J. I'm here to take all these forms. I've got a bunch of baskets up here. The very first basket, if you are asking for less than $500,000, specifically for the publishing of technical orders, just bring your paperwork down and put it in this first basket." And people are like confused. And I'm like, if your paperwork is done, bring it down, put it in the first basket. And this kind of like elderly gentleman, he raises his hand. He's like, "Yeah, but I need to talk about it." I said, "Sir, I don't know who you are, and I've got a lot of money to dispense today. Is this about a technical order?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Is it for less than $500,000? He said, "Yes." I said, "Then bring your paperwork up and put it in this basket." He's like, "Well, I need to talk to you to make sure it gets approved." Sir, stand up, paperwork in the basket. I don't give a shit about a $500,000. I said, I could fucking care less. I'm going to look at the paperwork, and as long as you know how to fill that form out correctly, I don't fucking care. Because I've got like 100 people in the room that need like $10 million or more to fix systems to put fuel on aircraft. I don't give a shit about a $500,000 today, but I got to dispense all this money. Paperwork in the basket. And this guy didn't know, this guy couldn't fucking fathom the idea that he didn't need to come in and argue and like, look, is there a regulation that says we have to update the TO? Yes. Are some of the TOs up to and including $500,000 to update? Yes. Are some of them more? Yes, but those are the ones I want to talk about. When a TO is taking more than $500,000 to update, I want to talk about maybe breaking that TO into smaller parts, because then it's easier to update. But this old man, he wanted, "Sir, paperwork in the basket. Otherwise, please leave and get on my schedule. I don't have time for this right now." So if you put it in the basket, it's going to get approved. He put it in the basket. I looked, he was the last one. $48,000. This guy wanted to hold up more than 100 other people to talk about $48,000. Shit, man, that's a fucking rounding error on a $4 billion budget. That's I put my coffee cup on the budget and I left a coffee ring. Shit, man, does that say 48 or 58? Fuck, who cares? Whatever. We'll fucking figure it out when the receipts come in. Press. If you want something to be employee owned, that's cool. Just make sure you employ someone to make decisions for the company. It's unnecessary to have it be a democratic process. We can have one person with a fiduciary duty to the business and its shareholders. Yes. That right there is how you do employee owned. Look, it's employee owned. But I'm the guy you hired to make sure your money doesn't get pissed away. Because you're a really good wrench turner, and you're a really good electrician, and you're a really good mechanic, and you're a really good loader, and you're a really good box kicker. But all of you suck donkey dick at managing books and calling vendors and shaking hands and kissing babies, and that's what me and the other people I'm going to hire do. You guys all do the jobs that you do, and you have profit sharing. Because I think what people are getting caught up on is they're talking about owner operated, and what they really want is profit sharing. But the reason why they don't want to admit to profit sharing is because then their whole weak ass narrative falls apart, because you can already profit share at Walmart. Nothing stops you from buying shares of stock in Walmart. And Walmart pays a quarterly dividend. So you could buy shares of stock in Walmart, and then you could be a part owner. And then all the decisions Walmart makes are for your benefit. Walmart stock is down again too this morning, if you didn't notice that. All the stocks are down because we're going into a fucking recession, and everybody keeps telling me how great Donald Trump is for the economy. We're on the verge of a depression. 17,000 more people without jobs. Prices are going to go up. If prices go up too much going into the summer travel, people won't be able to do tourism. If people can't do tourism, that's money lost. People will see a stock that's $50 and pays a $5 annual dividend. If you know of a stock that's $50 and pays a $5 annual dividend, give me that shit. Give me that shit right fucking now. If you know a stock that's $50 right now and pays a $5 dividend, I'll buy that shit right now. Because that's fucking insane. A 10% return every year. I'll buy that shit immediately. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's 10% yearly. I would gobble the fuck out of that stock. You would see me be the true Generation X product. I would be fucking Pac-Man. You would see these lights go down, the EDM music go up, and I would be popping shares of stock like Pac-Man. Be like, holy shit. Yeah, 10%. I will borrow money to buy that stock. I will go to the bank right now and take a fucking loan to buy that stock at a 10% return. Holy shit. Profit sharing is the best way. That way your wage rises and falls with the profit of the company, giving all the employees a reason to work hard. Yes. And yes, to answer your question, Walmart does give a lot of stock back out to their employees. I also think that, if I remember correctly, you can buy stock with your paycheck, unless something has changed. Let's see.
This is a great question.
NVIDIA is still very, very strong with their graphics cards. Let me see. This one was, let's talk about this one. This one's pretty ironic. I love ironies in life. John Morales, who voiced McGruff the crime dog, has been in prison for a decade. In 2011, police found 100 weed plants, 27 weapons, including a fucking grenade launcher, and 9,000 rounds of ammo at his home. The voice of McGruff the crime dog, which is why he fucking... He fucking... Poor McGruff the crime dog. 1,000 weed plants. If it was McGruff the crime cat, he could have just said it was catnip. Oh, everyone wants an NVIDIA now. Yeah, they want 100% return, or 100 times return on their investment.
Tell me about my military.
This is my one. I usually have this one, but I didn't have it last week. Everyone keeps talking about universal healthcare, universal healthcare, universal healthcare. As I say all the time, I'm not against universal healthcare, but I want to set it up properly. So if I come over here and I pop up the yellow column, which is my platform, can we please actually understand the problem first? Private healthcare, public healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid, VA, TRICARE, military healthcare. Nobody talks about all of them properly. So stop talking about having universal healthcare when you don't know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you're going to get this situation. And I can vouch for this man firsthand. This is almost identical to my issue that I had with the military.
Tell me about my military grade health care. I went to get this looked at, and my doctor at the VA goes, we can get you an appointment on September 4th, 2026. And I said, that is not acceptable. So he goes, all right, we're going to send you a civilian doctor. So I go to the civilian doctor, and that doctor says, we need the MRI from the VA. I said, fine. So I called my doctor, and I said, hey, I need the MRI. He goes, I don't have it. He goes, call radiology. So I call radiology. And I said, hey, do you guys have my MRI? And they went, no. Cool. I said, call records. So I called records. I said, is this records? And they said, yeah. I said, do you have my MRI? And they said, yeah. I said, can you send it to me? They said, yeah. I said, awesome. Email it to my phone right now. And they went, we can't. But he said, if your civilian doctor wants it, they need to send us a fax. So we can burn them onto a CD. And then overnight mail it to their doctor. And I'm like, did you just say fax, CD, and mail in the same sentence in the year of our Lord, 2024? You can't just email it to my phone, the device in my pocket that I can download all the porn in the world to right now. Which is kind of why I need this hand. You can't just send that.
You said Germany's single payer plus private insurance hybrid model seems feasible in the US. No, it doesn't. No, it's not. It's not feasible. You know how I know this? Because Germany has a population of 83 million and we have 77 million people just on Medicare. We have one insurance program in America that has almost as many people as your whole country. I think a lot of people from outside the United States, they don't realize we have 77 million people on Medicare, and we have another 75 million people on Medicaid. A lot of people that aren't American like to have an opinion on American healthcare, to which I say, please don't. Because you have no idea what you're talking about. You cannot fathom the size and scope and scale of America. It is beyond your comprehension, because there are many people from Europe who travel to America, and you cannot comprehend the size of our country. There more than once in my lifetime, my Irish family members have said they were going to drive from Florida to California in the better part of a day and a half. As I tried to explain to them, Texas is about a day across. Universal health care is cheaper in every country that is that in the US. Drugs are cheaper, outcomes are better, and the average life expectancy is higher. That is actually not true. Believe it or not, that is not true. That is a piece of that is a radically bad piece. First of all, life expectancy is higher in other countries, but it has nothing to do with their universal health care. It has to do with their dietary requirements, which is a very important thing that we need to pull out. They have better health care they have better life expectancy because food manufacturers, including American food manufacturers, are not allowed to pump their citizens full of all the bullshit that they are in America. So we got to pull that piece out. See, in America, we spend $1 trillion a year on obesity and $800 billion a year on conditions secondary to obesity. Second of all, drugs are cheaper. That's the big one. But the other problem is there shouldn't be a pill for every ill. I'm American. If we're moving to universal healthcare, it's a model closer to what our end results will be as opposed to France, UK, Canada. Well, let me stop you there. If you have no idea what model we're going to move to, because neither do I, and neither does Congress, and neither do the doctors, and neither do the hospitals. Because you can ask 2 hospital administrators what they think we should move to, and you'll get 2 different answers. If you put 10 hospital administrators in a room, yeah, you're allowed to research and think about it, but you're not thinking about it. You're making absolute statements. Because you said Germany's single payer plus private insurance hybrid model seems feasible in the US, and it's not. It's not at all. Because we already have 70 million more people on the government provided health insurance than Germany has. If Germany had it, what people don't realize is the scalability of healthcare. As I've said before, we would need in the neighborhood of 300,000 more healthcare professionals. Doctors, nurses, med techs, and medical admin, not hospital administrators. When I say med admin, I mean the person at the front desk that you check in with. That's a receptionist unless they're doing all the medical record keeping. A lot of places have moved to not having a true med admin. But in an old doctor's office where the person's dealing with the records, pulling your chart, having you update, that's med admin. We would need 300,000 more doctors, nurses, med techs, and med admin just to provide primary care providers to everybody. No, you're right. It's 50% for nurses. It's not hyperbole. You are correct. Most hospitals are at 50% manning for nursing. Because nurses have found, I'm going to make a really bad comparison, but I want you to listen to it and then to hear it. Nursing has moved to traveling nursing, kind of like people have moved to doing DoorDash. Some people find that they make more money driving for DoorDash. Some nurses find they make more money being traveling nurses than they do being regular nurses. People are traveling nurses. They go to a hospital for 3 months. So they go to the hospital. They get paid great rate. They also get per diem. They get lodging. They get meals. And they're like, I would rather travel for 3 months, make twice as much money, and then not have to be beholden to one facility. If I don't like where I go, I don't do another contract. If I do like where I went, maybe I sign an extension with them. We've seen the graph showing the amount of administrative jobs growing while every other field has plateaued. Those people got to be fired before anything changes. You are correct. We have too many we have too many people with medical hospital administration degrees running hospitals when the people we need running hospitals need to be doctors. Because we've got bureaucrats. I know a bunch of traveling nurses. The rural city standard of care they describe as insane. I'm surprised rural hospitals aren't draining bile with leeches. Well, you're right, because those rural hospitals in the big beautiful bucket of bullshit, they had their money drained. They had the amount of money that they have available completely drained away from them. Hold on one second. What? My daughter has lost so much upper body muscle mass from being ill. We got her some clothes and we have to return them because she doesn't fit into them. She's coming on vacation with us for the first time in 5 years. Okay, so that's taken care of. My wife forgot the barcode. Yeah, but the problem with the shortage... Oh, hold on. You live in Canada. You're very short on nurses. We pay them very well. We keep inviting your professional healthcare workers to come up and live here. Had 1,000 show up just last month. The problem with the shortage is the high cost of schooling, keeping everyone out with the cash from getting into the profession, even if they want to. This is where most people can't, and I'm sorry to be insulting to people. I don't intend to be, but it's just a reality. You have a problem, and then you go, this is my problem. Well, what's causing my problem? This. Well, what's causing this? This. Well, what's causing this? This. Well, what's causing this? This. So what do I need to fix? I need to put my money towards fixing this, because if I don't fix this, I can't fix this, which can't fix this, which can't fix this, which can't fix this. But this ultimately would take 5 stacks of money in 10 years. And people say, well, that's too long. In my state, multiple hospitals will pay for your school while you work. Sure, in your state. Listen to what you said, though. I don't agree with this. Well, first of all, he just said, I'm in Canada. So you said, I don't agree with this. I'm arguing with a Canadian. You cannot get a nursing degree in 2 years. No, you cannot. No, the fuck you cannot. No, the fuck you cannot get a nursing degree in 2 years. No, the motherfuck you cannot get a nursing degree in 2 years. No, your wife did not get an RN degree in 2 years. No, the fuck she didn't. No, the motherfuck she did not. Your wife did not do all of her RN work in 2 years. No, she did not. No, your wife did not get an undergraduate degree as a RN in 2 years. The fuck she did not. An RN, a registered nurse undergraduate degree, is a 4-year program. It is a bachelor's degree. So, okay, now watch this. I'm about to you've been on my show often enough. You've been on my show often enough, so you know what's coming now. You know what's coming. You're talking out your fucking ass. You're talking out your ass because she doesn't have a bachelor's degree in nursing. She's an RN3, not without a bachelor's degree. She's not. Tell me the state. I'll look it up. You might have a state that allows them to have some word coding. What state is it? I'll look it up. I'll look up the medical coding. Because you said my wife did her nursing degree in 2 years, but then I said, no, the fuck she did not. Arkansas. So let's look it up. And then you're like, oh, she got a 2-year degree. Oh, so you mean she got an LPN degree or a CNA? Let's see. Let's look it up. No, I don't need to see it because I don't give a fuck about what one hospital codes things. Remember, I spent 7 years in the medical field. I know that people don't get fucking bachelor's degrees in 2 years. Okay. Let's find out. We're gonna do a little research. An RN3 is not a separate nursing license. It is a job level or a clinical ladder rank. Cool. I've been married to an RN for 20 years. Great. Hey, guess what, man? You've been on the show often enough to know that if I'm adamant about something, I'm not fucking wrong. What you're talking about is an RN3. That's not a medical professional degree. That's a job level or a clinical ladder rank. To be a registered nurse, the rest of the fucking world, you have an undergraduate degree in nursing, a bachelor's degree minimum, which was what the point was. And then you decided to say, my wife did her degree in 2 years. Being an RN3 is above a basic like LPN, but it's not the same as having a bachelor's degree in nursing. Sorry. And sorry that first of all, you said in my state to a guy in fucking Canada. But your wife doesn't have a bachelor's in nursing, which means she didn't do a degree in nursing in 2 years. She did an associate's degree in 2 years. And guess what? Everybody does a fucking associate's degree in 2 years. It's a fucking 2-year degree. So where's the fucking surprise part come in? Now I'll ask you the important questions. Now that I've put everybody on the right page, what can your wife do as opposed to what an RN can do? Because I've never heard this. I've never heard this designation. Can your wife be the charge nurse? Can your wife draw medication? Can she dispense medication? Because if she can do all those things with a 2-year degree, that might be an important factoid. But I was under the impression that you need to be a bachelor's degree holding RN to do some of those tasks. But instead of flipping the fuck out and being like, my wife did her degree in 2 years. Say my wife did her associate's degree in 2 years, and then you gotta be like, well, shit, everybody does. Yes, exactly. If you already have a bachelor's degree, you can get an RN in 1 to 1.5 years, generally 2, but if you've been working in the medical career field and you have some other credits. But as I've said on the show many times, a bachelor's degree, assuming you are not at a quarter-hour school, is 120 credit hours. It's 4 years. You have 60 credit hours of core. You have 60 credit hours of specialty. Now you have a bachelor's degree. If you want to go back and get a second bachelor's degree, you don't repeat this. You only redo this. Yes, if you're already working in the medical field, if you're an LPN or a CNA, or you did something else in medical, or you have another bachelor's degree, then you can go to the nursing school. NPs are nurse practitioners. Nurse practitioners are beyond a nurse. Nurse practitioners are a 4-year nursing degree and then more schooling. Which half the time I'm okay with nurse practitioners and half the time I'm not okay with them. But this is the problem I have with people. People that are on this show often enough to know if I say something and you're still going down the road, I politely try to drive us back to no, the fuck nobody can do Nobody the fuck can do a bachelor's degree in 2 years. You gotta be like next level wicked fucking smart. And I don't even know if next level wicked fucking smart could do 40 classes in 6 semesters. That would be fucking, that'd be hard as shit. She can draw and dispense meds. She is restricted from management duties. So there we go. She can't be the supervising nurse on the ward. So she has a 2-year degree in nursing, but she's not the same as a person with a 4-year degree in nursing. You compared a medical thing to a job classification. 2-year degrees don't get us what we need. Nurse practitioners still work under the doctor's license and malpractice insurance. Yes, and yes, nurse practitioners must work under a doctor, except many states have started this new interesting theory experiment. I know my state's one of them. A nurse practitioner in mental health, when they have 2,000 hours of supervised clinical time as a nurse practitioner, they may get credentialed to start their own practice. I think this is another one of those problems of we're looking at a problem, we're not thinking about the solution. I would rather a nurse practitioner have some sort of work-study program where they go get their psychology or their psychiatry degree as opposed, or their psychology degree, depending on which way we're going, are we doing talk therapy or med in talk therapy? Rather than just saying nurse practitioners with 2,000 hours somehow get a blessing. It's like the problem I had, I called a new facility because my psychiatrist is retiring and I need to be under the care of one. And they said, yeah, we have a psychiatrist. And then when they sent me the paperwork, when I called them, I said, hey, I'm a little confused. This person doesn't have MD behind their name. Well, she's a nurse practitioner. I said, I specifically told you I need to be under the care of a psychiatrist. The office manager was like, oh, well, she can do everything a psychiatrist can do. Except my situation is that the VA requires me to be under the care of a psychiatrist. You don't get to tell me, and I ripped the guy a new asshole. I said, you don't get to tell me that your provider does the same when I told you as the patient what I needed. But back to the point at hand, we have got to fix the fact that we need 300,000 doctors, nurses, med techs, and med admin. Without that, we're gonna, let's say we have the fucking genie in the lamp. Presto, everybody has health insurance. How the hell are you gonna get an appointment? We're already facing the problem that it's sometimes when sicknesses are on the rise, you can't get an appointment at your doctor's office. What are we going to do away with? Yeah, plane and a bike does the same thing. Gonna suck the bike to China. Like Friday, my wife went to the doctor. My wife had been grabbing at her ear a couple of times a day. I said, hey, I'm going to go up and start streaming. You take your ass to the urgent care clinic and get your ear looked at. My wife walked in and she said, yeah, both my ears are hurting. And she said to the people at the desk, they're wonderful people at this clinic. We know them. They're wonderful individuals. She says, yeah, I think I have a bilateral ear infection. The lady at the front, the med admin person, loaded up her, yeah, you've had bilateral ear infections a couple of times. So just take a seat, da-da-da. The first thing the doctor said when he walks into the room, doesn't even say hello to my wife, says, well, bilateral ear infections are really rare. No, they're not. Bilateral ear infections aren't really rare. What does my wife have? Fucking bilateral ear infection. There's some private DMVs where you pay not to deal with the public DMV. Canada Healthcare is something similar. If you have money, you can go to places that charge more. America Healthcare has that too. America has private health clinics, concierge doctors. Advent Healthcare down in Florida is concierge doctors. No problem getting an appointment, and I don't even have a personal doctor. I just call and take whatever doctor is available. Yeah, but isn't Canada also the wonderful country where one woman died in the emergency room just waiting to see a doctor, and another woman was told it's going to be 14 months till you can get your MRI? Sorry that you have cancer already. I mean, every system has its problems. There is no perfect healthcare system in the world. I wish there was. I wish there was. This is the healthcare triangle, unfortunately, in the world we live in. So if you live in the United States, they say to you, if you live in the US, your health care is fast and good, but they say that'll be $129,000, right? Which is rough. If you're in the UK, it's good and cheap, and they say come back in 83 weeks for your procedure. In Canada, it's fast and cheap, and they say, have you considered just killing yourself? I know someone in the US, 3 days, emergency gallbladder surgery, basically kept her asleep for 3 days. Hospital admin called after because they knew they fucked up. Yeah, I mean, everywhere has that problem. One of my sergeants, his little boy had a really bad stomach ache, really, really bad. And then he was in, my guy asked me if he could go home and take care of his kid. I said, of course, go home, take care of your kid. By the time he got home, his kid said, yeah, I'm feeling all right. 3 days later, his kid's taken to the emergency room. The kid fell out in class, sweating, white, pale as a ghost. They opened him up. His appendix had ruptured and thrown all the filth all over all his other organs. So there they are, having that kid nearly died of sepsis. The problem is, you have a person that's complaining about pain in their side. They need to be seen. So you're lucky. You're in the part of Canada that actually has fast turn time. My wife's gallbladder probably took us 3 weeks of dicking around. My wife had gallstones. Took us 3 weeks of dicking around to get her gallbladder out. Let's see. Other news around the world. The United States is withdrawing 5,000 troops from Germany. Okay. A lot of people are saying this is a good thing. We shouldn't have been in Germany. This, that, and the other. People are like, some Germans are saying, we're glad America is leaving Germany. I don't know why you would be glad America is leaving Germany. You make an awful lot of money off of our military members being there. You have a lot of people living on your local economy. People visit stuff, shop on your local economy. If you don't want 5,000 families, because remember, that's 5,000 troops, and a lot of them bring families with them. The towns these bases are in are saying exactly that. They love the bases. Yeah, they love the bases. Because it's an infusion of American money. It is literally a zero. It is a straight infusion. It's a net positive for them. But people are like, we shouldn't be leaving Germany. We shouldn't be leaving Germany. We are pissing. Donald Trump is managing to piss off all of our allies. I saw this one. This one bothered me a lot. Majority of U.S. military sites in the Middle East damaged by Iran. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth desperately tried to keep the extent of the damage from the public so they wouldn't see how badly this was botched.
in the Middle East.
Oh, that would have been great if I had the volume on.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf. That was then. This is now. A once bustling American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran even as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal. So what impact have Iran's strikes had on America's footprint in the Middle East? A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations across 8 countries. According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region, and some of them are virtually unusable now. A U.S. source familiar with the situation told us that they'd never seen anything like this at American bases, that these were rapid, targeted strikes using advanced technology. Iran's main targets? Multi-million-dollar aircraft, like this Boeing E-3 Sentry, which gave the U.S. a huge amount of visibility over the Gulf. It's out of production, and in today's money, it's worth nearly $500 million. Critical communications equipment. Look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission. In this base alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the war. And crucially, radar systems. Highly sophisticated, expensive, difficult to replace, and critical to air defense. A second U.S. source, this one a congressional aide familiar with damage assessments, described these as the most cost-effective of the targets. Our radar systems, they said, are our most expensive and our most limited resource in the region. For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some ways, Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military installations, previously seen as formidable fortresses, have turned into sitting targets. As a Saudi source told me, the war has shown Saudi Arabia, that's the U.S.'s longest-standing Arab ally, that the alliance with the U.S. cannot be exclusive, and it is not, in their words, impregnable. To get a sense of just how vulnerable U.S. facilities have become, have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power across 21 nations. Struck not just once, but twice. And according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and no casualties were reported. Iran's visibility over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite, known as the TEE-01B, a massive upgrade from its own satellites. That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this quality to this. This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into focus, many will wonder whether America's presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel.
Donald Trump decided to start a war that I don't think he can win. And the reason why I don't think he can win is because Iran has nothing to lose. First of all, Donald Trump lives in this delusion that he's the smartest guy in the room. He said on the first day, in the first month of the war, we hit 11,000 strategic targets. Okay, so we hit 11,000 strategic targets. And I'm going to take away from this number 800 because that's how many Tomahawks we used. Right? So that leaves us with 10,200 targets. Well, don't subtract one for the school because the school still was it still required a sortie to be flown. That means we were hitting on average, supposedly, 340 targets a day. Now, I'm not saying that the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy combined aren't capable of hitting 340 targets a day. We certainly are. But that is a massive, that is a unsustainable pace. We flew, yeah, we've used up munitions faster than we can replace them. Now, what people are, unfortunately, the way the media is portraying this is the media, people keep saying, oh, we're down to like 50% of this or 50% of that. This is expended. This year is still full. This year is still full. What they're talking about is that we remember, the fiscal year ends on September 30th. So what's going to happen is we're going to go into, on October 1st, we're going to run into a bigger problem. We have enough munitions to keep fighting. But what we don't have then is next year and the years after's ability to keep fighting. I don't like the way the media is reporting it, because it's reporting it a way that's Chicken Little, the sky is falling. We're not at any risk of not being able to fight wars. But what we're at the risk of now is we need Chinese parts. We need Chinese parts to make our Tomahawks. And China has said no. I think most of the fleets over there haven't done rest and refit over 11 months now. Isn't 9? No, only one of the carrier groups. The one carrier group that's exceeded 12 months is on its way home now. It's been scheduled to come home. We just needed to send the other carrier group there to rotate out. 9 months is there isn't a typical. There's standard, there's extended, there's wartime. They're usually out for 6 to 9 months. So it is a bad thing that they're over there, but this is then, speaking of the naval blockade, apparently the Navy is going to be there for the long haul, because this is what Donald Trump says, and I don't understand what this means.
Well, it's a very friendly blockade. Nobody's even challenging it. Nobody at all is challenging it. Just so you understand, many presidents have been involved in things that are very big. They never had to go through anything with respect to Congress. They considered it to be totally unconstitutional. And the Democrats in Congress that push this, and probably a couple of Republicans, they're hurting our negotiating ability, which is infinite right now. And they shouldn't be doing it. It's never happened before. No other president's done it. And I'm not going to be the first. Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Tell me about my military.
I do want to call out the Democrats. Because let's just listen to what previous presidents and presidential candidates have said about Iran and nuclear weapons.
Is that if Iran ever had the knowledge to develop a nuclear weapon, and they passed that knowledge onto a covert program, which at one time in their history has existed, the world would be more dangerous. And now's the time for the international community to work together.
If Iran were to launch a nuclear attack on Israel, what would our response be? And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. because whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand that.
To the issue of Iran, as long as I'm President of the United States, Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. Make no mistake, a nuclear-armed Iran is not a challenge that can be contained. And that's why the United States will do what we must to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
So here's my message to Iran's leaders. The United States will never allow you to acquire a nuclear weapon. As president, I will take whatever actions are necessary to protect the United States and our allies. I will not hesitate to take military action if Iran attempts to obtain a nuclear weapon.
Make no mistakes, we will never allow you to acquire a nuclear weapon. Not just during the term of this agreement, never.
We have a shared strategic commitment. Let me make clear what that commitment is. It is to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, period. Period. End of discussion, period. Prevent, not contain, prevent.
The United States is clear. We will not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Okay, what I don't understand is why, when it's Hillary, Obama, and Biden saying we won't allow Iran to even get a nuclear weapon, is that okay? Now, the truth is, right? Yeah, credit. Exactly. Credit. We are, I don't even know how many billions of dollars in the hole because of this war. But I do know that there's an awful lot of working class people that can't feed their families, that wish the tax boot was off their back. And it's getting to the point where our leadership isn't even smart enough to understand. The leadership doesn't get it. You can't run your cities and your states without the rich. And the rich are not the enemy. My whole belief is that we shouldn't be looking to tax the rich until, as you see in the very first line up there, stop wasting money, balance the budget, then talk about raising taxes. Right? Yeah, if we ever had credible human intelligence verified that Iran had a nuclear weapon, we would put $20 billion worth of Tomahawk missiles onto the location in minutes. But Iran hasn't attempted to enrich uranium since last year's strike. But Iran, through posturing, got the United States to throw the entire world economy into chaos. The last 50 years, the stance of both parties has been they will not allow Iran to acquire nuclear weapons. It's been the only thing that they agreed upon until now. Yeah. But you see, when I talk, I say we need to stop wasting money. Got to stop wasting money. Stop wasting it. Like, what'll piss me off faster than anything else. If you borrow money from me because you're hard up for money, and I loan you money, but then I see you out and about going through the Starbucks line, I'm gonna get pissed. And the reason why I'm gonna get pissed and I'm gonna walk up to you and I'm gonna confront you is, I lent you money because you were strapped for cash. and now you're drinking Starbucks instead of paying my ass back. I get why working class Americans are pissed off at the federal government, because the federal government is fucking around with all sorts of bullshit everywhere. We're gonna make the Washington, or the Washington Monument pool sparkly blue. Who gives a shit? Give a kid a sandwich. We're gonna clean up parks and forests. Great idea. Let's teach kids how to read first. Iran propagandized themselves into saying their nuclear enrichment program was untouched, and they are continuing to enrich uranium. You're right, they did. They taunted the United States into action. The United States, as ever reliably to bite on propaganda, attacked Iran, and now the whole world is paying for it. Europe, maybe I'm wrong, but Europe, aren't some of your European countries starting now to kind of start to sweat, look in the long term, like, fuck, winter might suck this year? Some of the countries that rely on gas, they're like, shit, maybe the Iran thing will be over. Maybe the Russia thing will be over. They had an agreement where Iran said they could physically check, said Iran was in compliance with the nuclear agreement, before Trump tore it up and said, why the fuck did he do that? Because Donald Trump didn't like the fact that an agreement had been reached that he couldn't take credit for. If that ever happened between us, my most likely response would be, it's in the ACH right now. You should have it in a couple of days. Right. Are we winning or losing? We're losing. And here's why we're losing, and what mainstream media won't tell you and Donald Trump's people won't tell you. Iran has damaged all of our bases across the Middle East. I don't even want to tell you what all of those tents will cost. Let me see if I can. I got to make sure it's publicly available. I got to make sure that it's each one of those tents can be between $2,500 and $14,000. So all those tents you saw with all the damage, each one of those tents can be $2,500 to $14,000. The AC units attached to those units can be $3,000 to $5,000, and all the accessories that go onto those tents can be up to another $14,000. So you're looking at some of those large chow hall tents with all the AC could be up to $50,000 for like a main chow hall tent. Should I prepare for a market crash? I'm so nervous about 401ks and IRAs. Are you getting ready to retire in the next 5 years? If not, don't worry about it. Didn't we leave a silly amount of money in Afghanistan? Yep, about $10 billion worth of military equipment we left in Afghanistan when Joe Biden allowed the Taliban to overrun the Afghani military. I'm on multiple source heating systems. I won't go cold, might just be a little more expensive, but in Denmark in general can be self-reliant on heating. Yeah. But this falls back to, this right here is the caliber of leadership we have. This is the Seattle mayor.
Like, bye.
Starbucks is talking about leaving Seattle.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like, bye.
Now, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking I'm pro-rich people. I'm not pro-rich people. I'm pro-everybody. I'm pro-everybody. Let's everybody sit down at the table and let's have you live in Washington? I feel bad for Jeffrey Smalls then, because your state's fucked. But I understand why rich people don't want to pay any more taxes. The top 1% pay 40% of the taxes. You're pro-Jalan? Everybody should be pro-Jalan. I doubt the market would crash at this point, even with the stuff happening with Iran. Well, the market is getting close to crashing again. And here's why. The market is artificially inflated. There's no reason for the market to be running as hot as it is. My biggest problem with the stock market is that we've allowed the stock market to become something it was never intended to be. The stock market, the stock market is supposed to be more representational of a company's true value and less representational of speculation on what the company might be valued at next week. And unfortunately, we've allowed we've allowed everything to become fucked. Market has a lot of money in it without actual goods and services performing better, mainly going from more and more capital being pumped in. Just like, let me see if I can pull this one. I want to pull this one out. Where is it? Because somebody had posted this. And a lot of people get in, like, what I will say is, this person posted it's from Wall Street Bets, so I'm betting it's fake. But I want to talk about the reality of this situation of what this person posted. What they posted was the Reddit thread, and they said, anyone know how I can cancel this? I don't want it. This notice is to inform you that your account carried an open long position in crude oil futures through the expiration without being closed or rolled prior to last trading day. As a result, pursuant to the rule, you need to take receipt of 2,000 barrels, 84,000 gallons of oil. Now, this is probably like a meme, right? But if it's not, then yes, accidentally bought an actual commodity. What I tell people is, don't get involved in commodities tradings unless you really know what the fuck you're doing. It's like, you remember that year with BlizzCon? Whatever year it was, don't you guys have phones? I was at home, sitting around, watching BlizzCon, and I heard the, don't you guys have phones? And I was on my computer, and 8 seconds later, and I sold all my Blizzard stock, and I shorted it to go the other direction. So, I sold my Blizzard stock, made a bunch of money, shorted it, because it immediately went down, got out of my short position, and made a bunch of money. What I will tell people is, unless you know exactly what the fuck you're doing, shorting stock, you should never be doing. Unless you know exactly what the fuck you're doing, you should never be dealing with commodities. And somebody will inevitably say to me, they'll say something like, oh, who the fuck did I pay? Oh, Discord? Okay. People will say to me, well, you can make a lot of money in commodities. Yeah, you can make a fuck ton of money in commodities. But you can also lose your ass unless you know precisely what you're doing. I want to be selfish and just have them end the war in Iran by any means. We have no morals as a society. Our purchasing power supports slavery, child labor, among a bunch of things. Our taxes that we pay already go to messed up crap. Let us just be the bad guys and thrive for a change. Tired of having everyone pretend we aren't. Well, it's pretty true. It's pretty true. A fire broke out at the Fajaria Petroleum Industry Zone in the UAE after a drone strike. Iran just has to keep hurting its neighbors. Buy high, sell low, join influencer crypto tokens. Beginner 101 to lose money. Yeah, buy high, sell low. If you can't afford to just burn it, any sort of gambling should be the way. Yeah, if you can't lose it, gambling, don't put it in the stock market. The stock market is just a more civilized roulette wheel, a more civilized betting line. That's what I tell people. If you can't afford to lose it, keep it in your pocket. Don't bet it. If you can't afford to lose it, don't put it on the betting line. I'm going to post something that I posted on Twitter, and you would be amazed at how many people don't like you when you try to make a comparison. So what I posted was, this girl posted on Twitter, and she said, do you agree with China? China bans OnlyFans, calling it a corrupt Western disease. And what I said was, so men can join the military and sell their bodies, that's okay. People can be athletes and sell their bodies, and that's okay. But OnlyFans isn't okay. I'm going to need a diagram and some charts to understand the logic here. And I got called every name in the book. I got called every name in the book for saying what I said. And my question for you is, but why? I mean, and it's funny because a lot of the people that said derogatory shit to me, telling me about what the military is all about, didn't bother, which I think is incredibly funny. Is people didn't bother to click on the profile. Retired Air Force officer. Ladies and gentlemen, I sold my body to the military. I sold my body to the military for the simple fact of having grown up with really good health insurance, right? Is OnlyFans completely nude? No. Lots of girls on OnlyFans do lewds. They do suggestive. They do cosplay. OnlyFans isn't the base problem. If you're against OnlyFans because you're against nudity, I'm okay with that. I think what we have... Hold on. Sorry, my daughter couldn't go out yesterday, so she has her caregiver is taking her out to try socialization stuff today. No problem with nudity here. It's legal in BC for both men and women to go topless if they want. I'm against OnlyFans only means I will never participate in it. Some people on OnlyFans don't do anything lewd. Donut operator should pics of his meats on the grill. I wouldn't put my meat on a grill on OnlyFans. I think people would have a way wrong expectation. There seems to be a new puritanical wave against nudity, which I find concerning. 20 years ago, uncomfortable with sex in movies is strange. 20-year-old uncomfortable with sex in movies is strange. Those weirdos have always existed and will continue to exist. Social media has just spotlighted them more. Okay, so again, it's just gratification for no reason sometimes. Is there something wrong with mutual gratification for no reason? The ease of access of porn is a multiplier that the rest of the industry can't come close to. Well, yeah. With no support to the plot. I think our big problem is if you watch the movie V for Vendetta, Bravaro says godlessness. Is it like an online strip club? No, it's just an online okay. OnlyFans is basically like paid for porn, but you have like a pseudo-sexual pseudo-friendship with the creator. Because you believe you're speaking to the creator. Now, some creators do talk to their fans. Some creators hire people to do all the chatting 24 hours a day. And one guy on OnlyFans was making $43,000 a month with all AI photos. What we have here is, I believe most of the people doing OnlyFans are there to support themselves and not for any other reason. Yeah, it's subscription-based and tip-based. The problem you have here is, why do I suddenly want to shut down an avenue that's completely safe for the majority of the people that are doing it? And I say for the majority of the people that are doing it because nothing will ever be completely safe for everybody doing it. There is nothing that will ever be completely safe for everybody doing it. There is no activity ever in the world that will be completely safe for everybody that does it. It's why your doctor makes you sign a release of liability. Well, the likelihood of you having a complication from this surgery is less than 0.1%. Shit, doc, why am I paralyzed? We have no idea. Soap bottles have manuals. Nothing is safe. Most nudity in media nowadays is far more tasteful than 20 years ago, like American Pie. Yeah. What I don't understand about people is that why do you want to take away an avenue for advancement for a young woman or a young man when our society can't absorb? Like, it would be one thing if our society was like, we need all of you OnlyFans people to get back to the workforce. Yeah, we have to sign a release of liability before an operation, acknowledging that there is a list of things that are standard potential side effects. Remember, you can die under anesthesia for no foreseeable reason. You can be put under anesthesia and die just because your body says nope. You can have complications that they don't know about and they can't save you. For example, when they did my upper arm surgery, they drilled the they shattered my upper arm when they drilled the surgical anchor in. Completely unthought of. I forgot what nudity was in American Pie. There's not much nudity in American Pie. There's an awful lot of crudeness. There's an awful lot of crudeness in American Pie. There's an awful lot of like suggested there's an awful lot of suggested acts that happen. Like, you don't see him getting the blowjob, you see her spitting into the cup. Can we stop lying? The sex trade has always been looked down on. Nobody's saying the sex trade hasn't always been looked down on. We're just saying the level to which it was in the past wasn't. People are on this backwards swing again about prudishness. Didn't American Pie have a PG-13 rating? No, American Pie was R. Let's see. Why'd I download this guy?
The first corporate casualty of the Iran war is Spirit Airlines. They are shutting down as of today. 17,000 people just lost their job overnight because of Mr. Trump's decisions. Thank you, Mr. Trump.
17,000 people are out of a job today. And by the way, I didn't mention this one earlier when I talked about the ramifications. Actually, I'm going to be right back. All right, so really, a thing that people aren't factoring in. First of all, 17,000 people lost their job yesterday. Now, a handful of them are still working because they have to get luggage back to people. They have to help processing. They have to help process returns. But the majority of people are done. They're gone. But here's the other thing. You've got people that aren't retirement age yet, and they've been at Spirit for 15 years. When they go to other airlines, they go back to the bottom. Like, I was talking to the flight attendant on our last trip. The flight attendant said he gets 6 weeks off. He's been at he's been at Southwest long enough. He gets 6 weeks paid vacation every year. And he also they can work out a way. Him and his girlfriend, they fly together to a location, and Southwest does some international flights. So they go somewhere, and then at that end, they're done. They start their vacation, and then they just wait, and they come off a vacation on that route. Now, they said sometimes it sucks because it takes them a couple of weeks to get back on the route that they like. But they said normally, because they have seniority, if he said his girlfriend is really, really good at planning it, they end up with their vacation time, and they end up getting almost always get paid better because she almost always keeps them the last couple of days of their vacation. She keeps them packed, like, because they're used to living out of suitcases, because she checks them in every day. And then if they get the call to go back to work, they end up getting like a huge bonus because they came off their vacation early. The airline pays for part of their hotel stay. They get per diem for that alert. And then so he's like, yeah, my girlfriend has it all figured out. And what you said is the other airlines probably can't absorb them either. They aren't doing amazing either. You're right. They're not. So where are we gonna? Because it's not like Spirit was flying so many routes that the other airlines are going to say, oh, we'll throw 2 extra flights on a day or 1 extra flight on a day. The rest of the airlines are just going to say, fuck them. Like, now prices are going to go up because demand for the same flights might stay the same. Or a lot of people are going to say, well, shit, we'll just drive it. We can't afford to fly it. Like, of course, right? I made the decision to fly myself, to drive to Disney a couple of times this summer. Yeah, fucking gas. $5 a piece in some places. I didn't look that deep, but I heard about a merger not going through. Yeah, they tried to merge with JetBlue last year or 2 years ago, and the Biden administration blocked it. Is this strategic to dissolve the company and then do massive hiring at the other company? No, this is a true bankruptcy. This isn't some awkward roundabout play. Spirit ran out of OpEx. They ran out of operational expense money. Driving cross country is not worth it. It's worth it to me to have my car. But because 2 big things. Number 1, I hate putting luggage on an airplane. I hate it. I fucking hate putting luggage on an airplane. You have no idea. You have no idea how much I hate putting luggage on an airplane. And we're going for like 10 days. So I'm driving down, so I have the car, the luggage, the snacks, the food, the room food. But last year, I believe the president. I believe the president. The president said he wasn't going to start any fucking wars. Fucking liar. Motherfucker. It's just like this week. No. Vacation. I go on vacation. I don't think about you guys. I love you all, but I go on vacation. Yeah, they should have allowed the JetBlue Spirit merger because it would have saved an affordable airline and would have made a stronger affordable airline. And instead, like, yeah, United American, United Southwest. Or, can I just say this? Can we have the fucking United States take over? Can we just have the U.S. Air Force take over air travel? Could you imagine if the U.S. Air Force just took over air travel? Amtrak for planes, but not shitty. Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard a single person say a good thing about Spirit. No, lots of people said good things about Spirit. But where Spirit's problem is like I said earlier in the show. So Spirit is supposed to fly out at 9. If Spirit can't take off by 11, that's it. That flight is scrubbed for the day. Because the pilot's supposed to take off at 9, and most likely if he can't take off by 11, he's got to scratch. But if you're on Southwest and they have a 6 o'clock flight, an 8 o'clock flight, a 10 o'clock flight, a noon, 1, 3, 7, and 9, and something happens to this flight right here, well, they have another plane at the airport, and they have at every one of their hubs, they have on-call crews. So if the 8 o'clock flight has a problem, what they can start doing is laddering passengers onto the open seats on the 10 and 12 flight while they're trying to get that extra piece of hardware spun up and the other crew on site And so what they'll do is they'll be like, ladies and gentlemen, the 8 o'clock flight is going to be slightly delayed, but we have a handful of seats available on the 10 o'clock flight. And they'll start moving. Frontier Airlines is happy, I guess. Frontier Airlines falls into the same category. Frontier and JetBlue will probably pick up passengers. But what I caution you about flying on Frontier is really great if you have flexibility in your trip. Don't try to take Frontier to go to a wedding. Don't try to take Frontier to get to a cruise. Don't try to take Frontier to get to, something you have to be at. But Frontier is great if, you're like a college student on summer break and you're trying to get home to see your parents. And you have reliable way back and forth. I will admit, I just got here, but I feel like people tend to forget Spirit hasn't literally turned a profit since 2019. They did have one foot in the grave already. That is true. They did file for bankruptcy twice. I won't say having a cheap airline isn't a good thing, but it certainly wasn't the greatest of business models even before travel tanked during COVID. That's the other big one. With all the shit, and I said that earlier in the show, with all the things that the airlines have to pay, I don't know how JetBlue, Spirit, and Frontier stay viable. You bring a plane up to the gate, you pay a gate fee. But you pay a fee to the airport just to have gates. Well, if I pay you to have gates, why do I pay a gate fee for every plane I bring up? I understand that I have to pay for the ground control in the tower, in the air traffic controller. I have to pay a fair share for that. I understand that. But then with all those other fees that are on the airplane ticket, shouldn't those fees be paying for the airport operation? Why are airports run as for profit? Why aren't airports run as cost plus? Why is like the mayor of Chicago saying Midway Airport is where we make money to fund other things in the city? The airport shouldn't be an income revenue for the city. The airport should be cost plus 3%. And the 3% should be held in an interest-bearing account. So when the airport needs things, the airport management can look into the fund and say, well, we've got $19 million in the fund, and we need 21. Okay, well, go hit up all the airlines and tell them we need a $2 million, we need their fair share of $2 million based on how many gates they have because we need to do X, Y, or Z. But as it is right now, we're treating air travel as a requirement, or we're treating the airport as a revenue stream for the city, and then wondering why the airport doesn't run effectively because you're fucking taking all the profits out of it. It's just like Amtrak. I'd forgotten about this fact. It was taught to me 26 years ago, and I'd forgotten it. Why is train travel in this country such a fucking miserable nightmare? Because we don't have we don't have passenger train lines in America. We just have rail lines. And when there's a conflict between a freight train and a passenger train, the freight train has priority. And that's not through arrangement, that's through law. By law, the freight train doesn't have to fucking argue with Amtrak. Amtrak cannot take priority. And so that's why train travel in this country sucks ass. I am headed to Disney in two weeks from Wednesday. My daughter's finally mentally healthy enough today to go to the mall. She needs some undergarments and a bathing suit. And then she needs headphones and shoes. And then I think we have everything. A single cheap airline, amazing. You make good profit. But if you have multiple competing cheap airlines, you start poaching customers. I feel like the only way to get a good cheap airline, because as soon as those cheap models can't fill planes, the model becomes unsustainable. You're right. But you know what I think would be even smarter? Check this out. Oh, people are allowed to have a tantrum and resist, and those changes get dropped so often. Having to book people in a suit that restricts movement so they can be put in the back of the vehicle and they're out later and the cops know them by name and beg them to cooperate this time. Yeah. Having the military do the policing, unfortunately, posse comitatus prevents the military from doing the policing. Allegiant only flies to secondary airports, which is an interesting model. Actually, that's not an interesting model. That's a very smart model, because what Allegiant does is Allegiant takes the they take the hub to the spoke, which is the bullshit leg anyway. The major airlines want to run hub to hub to hub to hub. It's really smart to have hub to spoke operations, but what I don't understand is why we can't have this, right? First of all, if you've ever been on a C-130 or a C-5 or a C-17, they're fucking huge, right? They're fucking huge. Put a fucking lot of people on them. If we could get around this, the government can't compete with private business shit. Imagine if the U.S. Air Force connected hubs to hubs. And not all of them, but just certain hubs to hubs. And you just showed up at the airport. You're like, when's the next flight to Orlando? 45 minutes. Cool. I need 4 seats. Cool. It's this much. Cool. You show up and you're like, fuck, man, there's like 600 people ahead of me. That's okay. They're going to keep doing flights because there's still people. It's like just like the fucking CTA bus in Chicago. If the bus pulls up and if the bus pulls up and there's only 10 spots on the bus and there's 50 people in the bus stop, 10 people get on, 40 people wait. Space A flights almost never worked out for me. Right, but I'm not talking about Space A flights because I'm not talking about space available. I'm talking about we specifically are running aircraft to between this leg back and forth. I'm not talking about Space A. I'm talking about we literally have a C5 that's going to run from St. Louis to Atlanta. One that runs from St. Louis to Chicago. One that runs from St. Louis to Orlando. St. Louis to Houston. St. Louis to Denver. St. Louis to Los Angeles. If you're in any of those places, you can get to the middle of the country. And then the regional airlines take care of everything else. Would also be nice, right? If our train system didn't suck balls. Yeah, railroads went through this. This is why Amtrak exists. But Amtrak is fucking garbage too. I also think that sometimes using those smaller, cheap airlines just to shuttle and offset them smaller government contracts isn't bad. Need to move a small division from Fort Hood to Fort Bragg, just lease Spirit or JetBlue, or those cheaper guys to do it at cost. The smaller guys to do it because there's actually good companies who aid your citizens. Yeah, but we can't do that because we have laws that prevent us from doing common sense shit like that. Because then American and United get upset that they don't get a chance to bid. Why don't you just have a decent rail system? It's just that you don't have a good passenger train service. It's because when we put in our rail system, we only put in one set of rails. And so we move everything by freight, a lot of stuff by freight. And so our freight system and our passenger train system competes with each other. So let me give you an example. So if you're out in Derby, Kansas, right? If you are out in Derby, Kansas to Chicago by car takes 10 hours and 40 minutes. So if you jump in a car, it's 10 hours and 40 minutes. So I just happen to know this one. So Derby, Kansas to Chicago. And this is 712 miles. By car, it's 10 hours, 40 minutes. By plane, it's 2 hours. By train, it's 14 plus. Why? Why? Because by train, it has to stop. It stops a lot. It has to stop a bunch of times. There's something messed up with the system. If I can drop you off at the train station and then head there and pick you up at the train station after having a nap and a burger and a shower, there's something wrong there. I love my president. I do. I love my president. Do commercial planes get mid-air refueling? No, they do not. We cannot allow there to be an election that is conducted unconstitutionally simply for the convenience of state legislatures. If they have to vote twice, so be it. We should demand that the state legislatures do what the Supreme Court says must be done. That is more important than administrative convenience. The byproduct is the Republicans will receive more than 20 House seats in the upcoming midterms.
The first corporate...
I am all about fixing elections in America.
Now, I'm sitting here right now, and I got to tell y'all, I'm black, and I'm a veteran. I have 6 forms of government ID. 6. The insinuation that black and brown people cannot get an ID to vote like every other citizen, regardless of your race, religion, color, or creed, is insulting. I actually refer to this as the soft bigotry of low expectations. We, as all Americans, should want free and fair elections. We aren't making it more difficult for people to get an ID to vote. I have an 18-month-old little boy. Do you know the first thing that he got when he was born that I had to sign for? A birth certificate.
Yep. I couldn't even take my daughter out of the hospital until I signed her birth certificate. Could we please stop the fucking bullshit? Now I get it, right? I understand. There's some people who don't have those documents. Why is this word giving me so many problems? You have to pay for those. Many can't afford. Bullshit. You don't have to pay for them. We don't. Let's. Okay, if that's the only thing getting in the way, then let's just make it so you don't have to. The first voter ID statute was overturned because the state's GOP was on record researching, which types minorities don't have. It stuck the second time. Yeah. Can't afford ID. No, the problem is that there are some people that don't have access to their vital records. Okay. Then let's do the circle. We want people to have an ID to vote. But people don't have their birth certificate, so then let's make getting that easy. And people don't have their social security card. Okay, so let's make getting that easy. Oh wait, that already is. That already is. Your passport, I'm all for a federal ID card. People that don't drive don't get IDs. Bullshit. They have to have an ID. I'm so tired of the fucking statement, people that don't drive don't get IDs, but every state issues a state ID for non-drivers. I don't understand when people say people that don't drive don't get IDs, yet states issue state IDs, because I've never met somebody that doesn't have a photo ID. I have never met somebody that doesn't have a photo ID. I've met lots of people that left their photo ID at home, but I've never met somebody who doesn't have a photo ID. I've heard a lot of people make up bullshit about why they don't have it on them. No, I've never met somebody who doesn't have a photo ID. An adult. Every adult I have ever interacted with, a lot of homeless have no IDs. No, bullshit. Let me stop you right there. I've done charity work. I've worked in homeless shelters. Homeless people can whip out. I've seen homeless people whip out fucking IDs. I've seen homeless people whip out IDs because they need them to get their age shit. One of the first things homeless people get when you start helping them is their ID. A lot of times, a lot of shelters have the mobile Secretary of State DMV come to the shelter. Once those people have all their documents, the DMV on wheels comes to them to issue them a state ID because they need a copy of that ID, and the shelter keeps a photocopy of it so that they can help that person apply for food stamps and rent assistance. Some of the people I've met, they only have the paper photocopy of their ID because the shelter's holding on to the plastic copy while they're processing, getting them into. But I am telling you, I am 46 years old and I have never met an adult that has no photo ID. Some of them have had passports, some of them have state IDs, some of them have driver's license, some of them have had college IDs with a photo on them, but they get robbed a lot. You're right, they do. But I've never ever met somebody who says I don't have a photo ID. When I say you don't have a photo ID at all, or you don't have a photo ID on you. I don't have it on me. We'll go home and get it. But I came all the way down here. I'm sorry, I can't let you in without a photo ID. What's funny to me is when you become obstinate to some people, they're like, well, I need to get in today. Well, you're not getting in because you don't have a photo ID. And they start raising their voice. Look, you can raise your voice as much as you want. I can't let you in without a photo ID. As soon as, some of them might have an expired photo ID, and then that's an extra step for them to go and get that updated and renewed. But remember, we're not talking about them having to have a real ID to go vote. That's a little bit of a different story. But when we start saying all this bullshit, it shouldn't be that hard to identify people. It shouldn't be that hard. Maybe we should look at our society then and say we've created a bunch of rules that make it too impossible for people to interact with. Yeah, there's digital ideas. There's digital IDs. I worked with issuing IDs. I know there are many people who don't because they don't have birth certificate and/or residential address. You might have encountered that because you worked issuing IDs. Makes sense that if you're issuing IDs, you run into the people that don't have them. But my response is everybody should be able to get their ID easily. The day you turn 18, no matter where you are in the world, high school, job, whatever, out of school, because I was in college at 18. I would have been in college naturally at 18. I graduated high school. I would have graduated high school naturally at 17 in May and then been 18 in September. That should automatically be, no matter what walk of life it is, this is your full excuse for everything. On your 18th birthday or the first business day after your 18th birthday, if you turn 18 on a weekend. And then, to sweeten the deal, you show up on Monday The first thing they should do on Monday is like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday. The first thing I need is all the 18-year-olds to come up, please. And then when all the other people are like, well, what about me? I was here first. Yeah, but you're not 18 today, and it's not like this is a new fucking policy on Mondays at the DMV. All the 18-year-olds go line up over there because we're issuing you your state ID. Shouldn't be hard. You lost all your identification back when you were young. It was a pain to get it all back. Yeah, it shouldn't be. The voter ID conversation should also be broken out into what is needed to register to vote and what is needed to actually vote. If I give ID and proof of address, showing it every time I vote seems excessive. No, it doesn't seem excessive because you want to make sure that the person who's doing the voting is the person in the rolls. No, I'm adamantly against this idea. I have to say I'm against this idea because it's against the rules. You could be totally okay with this for Canada, but I'm against it for America because I'm a member of the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union. DNA should not be taken from everybody at birth because that's self-incrimination. I'm all for changing the amendment if we want to have a conversation and change the amendment, but I'm not all for taking people's DNA. Because there's a lot of I'm all for going down the rabbit hole with this, and I'll go with a couple. Number one, why not? First of all, I'll give you an example. Wonderful young woman that I had a very wonderful time with over a weekend. A very wonderful time. She unfortunately her life expired after she had been at my house, and we had a very, very wonderful time. Very romantic, wonderful time. Her life was then extinguished prematurely. If you had access to this DNA database, you would have a preconceived notion of what happened. Because then I would have Minority Report officers at my door saying, do you know so-and-so? And I'd say, yeah, she just left. Really? Yeah. Well, we found your DNA inside of her. Well, I would fucking hope so, because we just had a very, very, very wonderful 9 rounds last night, and we finished off the championship match this morning with 3 more. Well, she's dead. Well, ain't that about a bitch? Well, I don't want to make the investigative process have shortcuts to it. The DNA found inside of her had nothing to do with the cause of her early extinguishing of her life. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time after she was in the right place at the right time. If you are required to replace an ID if you move states, do we really even need to have an address in a state? What is wrong with what you just said? Well, because what happens is this, right? Let me map it out. So you're at my house, right? And we're in the bedroom. And Daddy knocks that shit out like Mike Tyson. And then she leaves and she goes somewhere else. And the MDK happens. The 187, and the first thing they do is say, oh, she's got DNA inside of her. Well, shit. Let's test that. Oh, bam, they're at my door. Okay. So now they're looking here, right? Now what they have is Big Brother as their eyeballs on my life. Instead of putting their eyeballs on the case and figuring out what really happened, You've introduced a fact into the system that has nothing to do with the murder. It's not like we have amazing police officers in this country anyway. We want them to look at the crime. Was the DNA material found inside of her in any way, shape, or form related to the crime? No. And why would they stop the investigation there? Because they have a likely suspect. So that's the direction they go. Because you go in the direction the evidence points you. That's unfortunately the way the human mind works. And even if you're not correct or if you're innocent or guilty, imagine what it can do to your reputation. Ding, 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 ding. Remember, until we change the entire justice system, I don't want to add this into it. 97% of criminal cases in America are solved with a plea bargain. Of the 3% that aren't solved with the plea bargain, 90% result in convictions. Do you want them to have even more compelling evidence to try to levy? And you think there would be no other DNA on site at the killing? No, I need you to listen here. There's DNA inside of her. It doesn't take 2 + 2 = a potato to find an Irish cop that can put that together. See what I'm saying? Because they're going to be like, well, let's go talk to this guy. The fuck do I know about it? Like I said, they're going to be at my door and I'm going to be like, yeah, she was here. They should be able to figure out using other means to find out where she was at. Because where the fuck was her cell phone pinging off a tower for 12 consecutive hours? Piece together her location. You don't want to have a piece of irrelevant data, especially because then, right, you have this database of this data. Now I get pointed to by the defense as the reasonable doubt suspect. Well, you have my suspect pinned. But did you find my suspect's DNA inside of her? No. Did you find any DNA inside of her? Yeah. Did you chase that down? We didn't think it was relevant. Well, I think it's relevant. I think that would pollute the system. The only reason you're afraid of them having your DNA is you're either a criminal or afraid of the justice system. Let me help you out, man. Let me stop you right there. I'm afraid of fuck of our justice system, and you should be fucking afraid of the justice system too, because of the statistic I just gave you. Yes, I'm afraid of our justice system. 97% of cases are solved with a plea bargain. Of the remaining 3% of cases at the federal level result in a guilty conviction. I want you to think about that. There are innocent people taking plea bargains. There are innocent people that are forced to take plea bargains. Because if they don't take plea bargains, remember, you're out 40, 50, 60,000 dollars for your criminal defense fund. You get found not guilty. Unless you can get the prosecutor sanctioned, you can't get any of your money back. Just by being accused of a crime, you might be destitute and bankrupt for the rest of your life. I'm not afraid of being a criminal and caught. I'm afraid of being falsely accused because I don't trust your judgment. Right. That's the point. That's the point. I don't want now, if in conjunction with tearing down the whole criminal justice system, if we tear down the whole criminal justice system and we build it back up, then I would be okay with introducing that. I would also say, well, then there is it isn't the DNA's problem, it's the justice system. But it's the DNA's problem because of how it gets used. You went to law school and our justice system is fucked. I'm scared to death of it. It's just having to defend yourself in court can bankrupt you for 10 years. I know because I used to represent bankruptcy cases. And then you have to deal with the court of public opinion afterwards. Following years of court cases, all a not guilty verdict, and the public to not care. Right. That's what my problem with the whole fucked up system is. I would be okay with a measure that looked kind of like this. I would be okay with something that looked maybe sort of like this. At birth, DNA material is taken from all individuals and stored and contained by a very elite group of government officials, just like the DNA, all of the military members, we have our DNA taken upon entry into the service. And it's stored in a system. But it can only be used by the team identifying remains. CID, OSI, NCIS, they cannot access that system. They've asked many times, they've been told no many times. The Judge Advocate General to date has never said you can access that system. They've said, well, it might have to do with terrorism. I don't care. It might have to do with an insurrection. I do not care. It might have to do with nuclear weapons being on the loose. I do not care. That is not what the purpose of this database is. Now, I would be okay with something that looks maybe sort of like this. We take DNA from everybody at birth, and we keep it contained, and it's not easily accessible. And then Inspector Wolfagar has hit a complete dead end on the murder investigation. Wolfagar goes to the Bureau of DNA and says, Bureau of DNA, this is my case. I am at a dead end. In my case, I found DNA material inside of a person. I haven't even been able to identify this person. I've run down every possible lead. Can I turn this over to you so that you can let me know what you can let me know? Well, number one, we can tell you who it is. Number two, we looked at your report and we're going to give you this information. This is where she was that night. This is where she said she was going that day. This is roughly her previous day's activity. Well, how'd you get that information? This is the bone we throw you. Why? Because somebody from the DNA Bureau takes your case. Our fingerprints bad too. Generally, your fingerprints don't get entered into systems unless you do it voluntarily or you've previously committed a crime. Or I should back that up. Previously been accused of committing a crime, which I don't like that either, by the way. Keep in mind of something. You get accused of committing a crime, so you get arrested and photographed and fingerprinted. And unless you spend a bunch of money to get that sealed, now your fingerprints are always in the system. But they come back and they say, Wolfagar went, dropped off the file. A couple of days later, they call and say, hey, we got some leads for you. Because the Bureau of DNA has come to talk to me and said, hey, look, we just want to let you know, your DNA was found inside of a girl. Look, we are not cops. We are just, we're the friendly fill in the gap people. This is the girl. Oh shit, that's Teresa. What the fuck happened to Teresa? So you know her? Well, yeah, I know her. She was here. Well, they're just going to fill in the gaps for you. There would have to be 100% no way for human error to put that DNA packet together. Your name got filed under someone else's DNA because human error. You're also right. I mean, you always have to remember there is always human error. But again, I don't trust humans. I don't trust humans to not make mistakes. I would be okay if we set up a system to use it as a fill in the gap thing, but I don't want there to be confirmation biasing information that leads people's attention from other viable pathways. If your DNA was on a different packet, you would just give your DNA to prove it's not in that packet. Well, right, except then you're getting rid of my civil liberties again. You're asking me to give DNA to testify against myself again. which remember, you can't do. Did I see that GameStop made a bid to purchase eBay? Yeah, I don't see how those two are connected, but it is what it is. I think the problem is I don't want to put a lot of effort, time, energy into solving crimes. I want to put that time, effort, energy, resources, money into preventing crimes. Like, I know it's really hard for some people to understand. Your son is dead. I know you want justice for your son. I could spend $1 million in police investigative time, overtime, lawyer time, lab time, right? Or I could put $1 million into stopping the next 300 deaths. You want justice. I want to stop the next 300 deaths. It's rough. It's terrible. It's awful. But why are people desperate right now? Some people are believing that it's the rich people's fault. Elon Musk doesn't have almost $1 trillion, but the mainstream media and bad social media creators are making it sound like Elon Musk is a dragon sitting on $1 trillion worth of money, and because of him, it's not in circulation. Elon Musk's wealth is a bunch of ones and zeros on paper that don't really make your life any better or worse. And when you say that to people, they're like, you're defending billionaires. No, I'm defending you need to go get an education about how potential wealth works. The idea of potential wealth. Okay. The idea of potential wealth. Little boy is working on his economics homework because he goes to school where Mr. Jalan is the teacher and they have to do economics homework. Little boy is about 9 years old. We'll make the little boy 13 years old for this joke. So the little boy, he's working on his economics homework. And I'll answer that question in 1 second. Little boy goes to his dad and says, Dad, Mr. Jalan wants me to understand the difference between perceived wealth and real wealth. So the dad says to his little boy, he says, what I want you to do is go ask your mother if she would sleep with Brad Pitt for $1 million. So the little boy goes and says, Mom, for my economics homework, I have to ask a question about potential wealth and real wealth. Would you sleep with Brad Pitt for $1 million? And the mom says, well, as long as your father wouldn't find out, absolutely. So the little boy goes back to his dad and he says, okay, she said yes. He says, now go ask your sister if she would sleep with Channing Tatum for $1 million. So the little boy goes and asks his sister, hey sis, for my economics homework, I need to know the difference between potential wealth and real wealth. Would you sleep with Channing Tatum for $1 million? And she swoons and she says, oh my God, yes. So the little boy goes back to his dad and says, Dad, I got it. And the dad says, what do you got, son? He says, Dad, we're potentially sitting on $2 million, but in reality, we live with a couple of whores. It is what it is. If stocks and bonds aren't really money and so can't be taxed, and not being really money, they should not be used as collateral for loans. Well, remember, that's a good point. But the bank is the only person who could potentially lose. So why is everybody else upset? Because the bank is the only one that could potentially lose. The bank makes money on the loan, and through fractional lending, the bank makes money so they can lend out 90% of that money to everybody else. Car loans, personal loans, mortgages. So where's the risk? If you really thought it was a problem, you could solve it really simply by saying institutions in America that are under FDIC insurance may not give loans on unsecured collateral. looks around for women in the chat room. Dude, women aren't going to find that one offensive. They're not. Because it was framed appropriately. As long as your father wouldn't find out. And oh my God, yes. Now, the question over here is, with the idea of not trusting humans, do you think father's DNA should be checked against the child's before they are put on child support? I've been struggling with this one for quite a while. Absolutely yes. Before a child is put on child support, the father... Let me back up a second. If the father asks for a DNA test, then the father should not be told he can't have one. If the father says to the judge, Your Honor, I would like a DNA test, the courthouse should have a person capable of collecting the sample right then and there, because it's not like it's complicated. It's 3 tubes for each person, and swab tube. Like, you can do that. It does not require anybody with specialized training. This should be easy. This should be easy to do. Easy to do, period, dot. Now, you could do this for free at birth. And I've struggled and grappled with the idea of mandatory. Yeah, you're saying if you're signing the birth certificate, if you sign it, you're responsible. But how dare you not believe they haven't been faithful the entire time? So this is where we run into a problem. And so you've got mom, and you've got partner, and you've got Mr. X. And you guys aren't going to like this, but this is the person whose rights I'm worried about, not the partners. Mom fucked around with Mr. X and got pregnant. Mom tells her partner, and the partner says, okay, I love you. It was a mistake. I forgive you. So mom knows, and dad knows, or partner knows, that the baby's not his. The problem here is they're taking certain rights away from Mr. X by them both knowing and not saying anything. And this is a really, really private affair. And this is a really, really, really difficult one. But it is a hard one. Especially if Mr. X wanted to be a father. Right. Especially if Mr. X wants to be a father. By you two knowing that that the partner's not the father and not telling anyone, not doing anything, you're taking away a choice from Mr. And I am never for taking away choices. The reality is we don't need to figure out who Mr. X is. That's the mom's problem to figure out. All we need to know is that the partner is the biological father or not. Hold on. Let me ask you, why do we need to figure that out? Why do we need to know that at the child's birth? We should all be held accountable for our own actions, both good and bad. Right. So, but what we have here is we have a situation that I've been through. I've been through this situation. My 20-year-old is adopted. She knows she's adopted, not because my wife and I told her, but because my in-laws told her. We weren't going to tell her. We weren't going to tell her because it doesn't matter. You're my daughter. We, as the courtsman, determining parental responsibility. Right, but we have it. We were talking about at the birth of the child. The courts aren't involved at the birth of the child. So at the divorce time, if the dad wants a DNA test, the dad should always be able to get one. Period. Dot. And if it's confirmed the dad's the father, the dad gets the bill. If it's confirmed the dad isn't the father, the mom gets the bill. How old when they told her? 8. And I've never wanted to burn people alive and bag the ashes so much. I don't do the whole fucking stepdad, half dad, what fucking bullshit. It's, I'm your dad. I never called myself her stepdad because I was just her dad. I stepped up when the other guy stepped off. Where I hate society. DNA is easy to get, isn't it? Yeah, you just open your cheek and you 10 seconds on the inside of your cheek for the best DNA matching results. I think we need to understand France has a little bit of a right idea. They don't allow DNA tests because it's tearing families apart. But what we also have is, we have in this country, we have women. So you would be against the mother asking for DNA? Why would a mother be asking for DNA? We other than the occasional times where the hospital screws up, we know the baby's the mom's. We know the baby's the mom's. If the mom doesn't know if the baby is the partner's or somebody else's, then why would the mother be asking? Work with me here for a second. If the mom fucked around and got pregnant, she should have talked to the partner long before the baby's birth. What does she need hard proof he's the father? The mom, I'm not trying to be like crude, but the mom should know who the dad is. The mom should know who the dad is because the mom controls who sticks it in her. Child support, the mom gets child support through the court. The mom gets child support through the court, not through any other way. I mean, you do have some bad actors like baby swapping being intentional, but other than human error, you're correct. Mom would have otherwise had to fuck around and ask for DNA. Right, exactly. Women always know the child they gave birth to is theirs. Should men have the same right? Yeah, men should have the same right, but we start getting into the we start to get into the whole idea of should it be mandatory? I think it should be an add-on to the delivery of the child if dad wants to know, but I also think that for privacy reasons, right? Here's mom, here's dad, or here's doc, here's dad, we're gonna put dad in quotes. Oh, baby's born. At some point in this process, right? Here's the nurse is gonna come in, get dad, take dad out, take dad into a different room and say, here are your options. You have the right to get your DNA tested, and this will be in a sealed record. Your wife, your partner, this woman will never be able to access. You can say yes, you can say no. She will never know she can never get these answers. I think it causes a really big problem because if you say, yes, I want a DNA test, she automatically interprets it as you don't trust her. If you say no, well then, are you on the hook later on if you get divorced for child support? We gotta make sure we're clear on that. Is this your only chance to ever prove paternity? And yeah, there's women who didn't know who the father is. There's lots of women. I don't understand women. I used to teach the DV victim and the DV offender class. And I had multiple women in my classroom who would get all about men. And I would just go around. The one night it exploded. And I said, hold on, we're going to do a little thought experiment here. Just because I want to bring the temperature down here. I want to bring this down a bit. I said, all I want to do is go around the room. And all I want you to tell me is how many kids do you have? And how many children's fathers do you have? Not one motherfucking woman in either of the classes, for either reason, for being there as a victim or a perpetrator, had the number of kids being more than one and the number of fathers being one. Instead of making an opt-out choice instead of opt-in, so by default it's always done unless you sign a legal document opting out. Yeah, you could do that. You could make it opt-out. Sir, at this point we're going to do the DNA test unless you choose to opt out of it, which would then protect you if you knew the child's not yours and you're doing the roundabout free adoption. It's an interesting problem. It's an interesting question. Again, are we protecting Mr. X's rights to be a father? I mean, sometimes women have more than one man at once. We can't kink shame. The men doing it should know that even with safety, things can happen. Well, yeah, and that also brings up the other point. I blame men more than I blame women because put a fucking raincoat on. Put a fucking raincoat on.
Now, I'm sitting here right now.
Don't put a fucking raincoat on, son. Let's see. Moving right along.
Twitch is a dying platform because guys like Kai Cenat run 22 minutes of ads an hour. That means that every 8 minutes, you're watching 3 minutes of ads. And they do that because they want you to subscribe or they want you to watch the ads. If he's able to hit 1 million subs, Kai is probably making $10 million plus this month. Because he's live 24 hours a day with 100,000 plus viewers running 22 minutes of ads an hour. Twitch
is a dying platform. But not for this reason. Twitch is a dying platform because, people use AI shit. Twitch is a dying platform because Twitch doesn't want to do the things they need to do to be an important platform. They don't want to be they don't want to invest. It's hard for them to invest. It's hard for them to invest because TikTok is, Kick is nice, no aggressive ads, less restrictions. Kick is better than Twitch in regards to, I get paid on Kick with no subs. I get paid on Kick with no subs. Just by streaming on Kick, I get paid. Twitch needs to adopt that model. I think what Kick needs to do, or Twitch needs to do, Kick sucks, doesn't it? No, I'm on both. YouTube is the best viewer experience. No. Hold on. The best viewer experience? Not yet, but it's getting there. The best viewer experience, I would say, is still Twitch. If YouTube ever does drops, then YouTube will be the best experience. If YouTube can ever do Twitch drops, then I think they would take market share. People say Kick is bad, but Twitch uses more underhanded tactics to get money out of people through hype trains bits. Well, Twitch's monetization schedule is based on taking a portion of the streamer's money. I think that I think the best solution would be starting stream subscriptions. 0 to partner, you pay X to stream at 1080p a month. If you don't want to pay that, you can only stream at 720 for X number of hours a month. I don't think that's a terrible idea. As I've said before, I think one idea for Twitch to become profitable, because remember, the reason why I want Twitch to become profitable is, as a streamer, if the company is profitable, it means more money comes to the streamers. Again, people are like, I don't know why you want Twitch to be profitable. Because the more profitable Twitch is, the more profitable it is to be a streamer on Twitch. If you... Kick was worse when it first came out. Yeah, they were pushing gambling and they've backed off that now. Also, they give you the right to click off certain types of ads and you still get paid. Combo with YouTube Premium, I'm gonna say YouTube is 10/10. Twitch was way better when Amazon Prime was better, when Prime Video was better. Now that Prime Video is worse, Twitch is less enticing overall. Yeah, the two big things that Twitch still has, though, is Twitch drops and your Prime sub. Because if you have Twitch Prime, you get a free sub. I think the future for Twitch is, when you create your Twitch channel, you have to put in your tax ID number, either your social or your EIN or your whatever have you. From that point forward, what has to happen is, if you're not monetized within 3 months, the only way you can keep streaming is if you have Twitch Turbo. That's how you unlock streaming on Twitch. If you can't grow to affiliate within 3 months, then you need to have Twitch Turbo. In fact, they might even have to go so far as, until you're a partner, you have to have Twitch Turbo. Because then they offset. Like, you have 2 million people, you have 2 million people streaming at any given time, right? So you do, say, 6 million people stream total average in a month. Well, then you do, right? 6 million total streamers by $12, $72 million a month for Twitch, minus the handful of partners. It's almost a million, or it's almost 100,000, but whatever. But Twitch is going to end up dying because they're not as competitive. Kick and Twitch runs at a loss. YouTube runs at a profit. YouTube streaming does not run at a profit. YouTube streaming runs at a loss as well, but they can afford it because of YouTube running at a profit. Kick runs at a loss, but Kick doesn't care because it's offset by their gambling money. Kick better revenue split, Twitch better discovery and audience size, YouTube better long-term growth. Actually, YouTube has better discovery. Twitch has better audience size. YouTube has better long-term growth via VODs. Twitch discovery is pretty awful. The one thing that's good about Twitch, though, is Twitch and YouTube are kind of split on discovery. Yeah, Twitch has better community discovery, because if you're in a game and you're the second or third biggest person in the game, people can find you that way. Also, the ability to raid is huge. Twitch has more viewers, but a biased viewership. Yes, that is a very, very true point. You can't store your videos on Twitch like you used to. That is also true. Unless you're a partner, your stuff goes in like 45 days. So I did this one. Let's see. This is a really, really, really good one. Eddie did a 2-hour interview with Pirate Software a few weeks ago and laid out everything the direction he plans on taking Kick. Well, that was a mistake on his part, because nobody should be talking to Pirate Software. That guy just can't seem to... Pirate Software only opens his mouth to exchange feet. Pirate Software has an uncanny ability to fuck himself in his own ass.
So when someone comes to you,
This is how you can help people the best. The first thing that's really important is you ask an open-ended question. You don't assume what's going on. You just say to them, what's on your mind? And then they'll start talking. Don't use emotional energy, don't use cognitive energy, just listen, be there. Then after they finish talking, they come to a natural pause, you go, oh, cool. What else? And they keep talking, yeah, oh, cool. And then you keep going and you go, oh, tell me more. Third question now, you get them to think about everything that they just said and you go, what's the real problem here? You've used no cognitive capacity at this point. And you make them distill what they think the big problem is. And it's fascinating when you do this with them. They go, oh, you know what? Yeah, I know what it is. Problem B. You go, oh, cool. And number 4, you go, this is the best part. You go, how can I help? So you don't even come up with a way you can help. They have to think of it. Now, the beautiful thing about this model is you're teaching people to think for themselves.
This is actually, this video, that concept, that design is really, really important because it goes back to the monkey on your back article. A lot of people, and I had this, I had this problem when I first, it's kind of that method. The monkey on your back article is that the problem is a monkey. And at any given time, the monkey will be on somebody's back. And a good leader cannot allow monkeys to jump from their subordinates' backs to their back. Because the moment your monkey jumps from your back to my back, then you don't have a monkey that needs care and feeding. So you don't have a problem, and I can't help somebody that doesn't have a problem. I now have a problem. Like, for example, some of the times what people would do is I would get on station and I was the duty officer in the morning. So lots of people would come to me with a lot of shit and they would be like, can I leave this with you? No. And they had never been told no by a duty officer before. They'd say, what do you mean? No. And I'm not going to justify that. Because can I leave this with you? No. And that's a complete sentence. Well, it needs to get worked. What needs to get worked about it? Well, the routing sheet is all filled out. Why are you attempting to leave this with me? What do you need from me? And they got confused because the other duty officers would just take the folder and work it. And my response was, I don't do that. I don't take on extra work. My job as the duty officer is to facilitate the movement of money, troops, and personnel, assets, resources, so that the job gets done. So they'd say, well, it needs to be signed and then passed on. They hand it to me. Don't go anywhere. They try to immediately walk out. I'd look at it. I'd find mistakes on it. I'd circle the mistakes on it. I'd hand it back. I said, I'd take my red pen out. I'd circle the mistakes on it. I said, this is incomplete. Please correct and then reroute to me. Because what they were doing is they wanted it signed in to me by this morning. Because when I send it back for mistakes, they get an extra day. They're trying to drop the folder off on my desk. They're trying to be like, here you go. So then when I have to sign for it, it shows today's date, but it's not ready today. So I give it back. Monkeys should be shot or fed immediately. You don't take work on. People would meet me at the door sometimes and they'd say, do you have a few minutes? If I had a few minutes, sure, let's walk to my office. Do you have a few minutes? Not this morning, I don't. Please get with my admin sergeant. They'll fit you in. It was amazing to watch people who had never been told no by the other lieutenants. So one day, I had 3 master sergeants come to me, and they're like, usually the other lieutenants just, go with the flow. Looked at these 3 master sergeants and I said, yep, that's what the other lieutenants do. And they're like, well, you know, you're only a second lieutenant, or you're only a first lieutenant. Yeah. Said, but I'll remind all of you, I've been promoted more times than you have. They all kind of looking at each other. They're all E7s, and I'm an O2. They're kind of looking at me. And I said, E1, E2, E3, E4, E5, E6. I had my line number for E7, O1, O2. I've been promoted 9 times in this man's Air Force. So I've been promoted more times than you. I don't know why you're trying to treat me like I'm a fresh off the farm lieutenant. I said, I have as much time in service as you do. I have more time in service than you do. So it was very interesting that weekend. My wife dug out my NCO induction certificate out of storage. And the next day I brought it in. And behind me in my office, I had this, which is my Form 1. And I hung that up. And then when I went in on Monday, I moved it over and I put my NCO induction certificate next to it. A couple of days went by and I noticed that the senior NCOs started treating me a little different. Then my boss walked in and he's like, why do you have that up? Because what I had done is I'd put those on the side. I put my 2 degrees in the middle. I said, oh, I just needed something to level out because he shut the door. He's like, why do you really have it up? I was like, because I'm tired of the senior NCOs in the squadron telling the lieutenants what to do. He's like, yeah, I get a lot of complaints about you. I said, yeah, that's okay. I said, are things running to your satisfaction? He said, yes. I said, well, then that's all I care about. If you're satisfied, I'm satisfied. If you're not satisfied, I'll change. People want you to solve their problems. It's like, I liken it to this. There are an awful lot of people out there that don't want to solve their own problems. There's an awful lot of people out there that don't want to wipe their own ass. There's an awful lot of people out there, and you know these people. If they could con you into wiping their ass for them, they try to do it to you. Look, man, unless you're about a 2.5 to 2 3/4 year old, I ain't wiping your ass. You're a big person. Wipe your own ass. People don't want to solve their own problems. It's like, person on Friday, she's broke, and I get it. Being broke sucks. I get it. Yeah, and then the people that need to get help are overshadowed by them. Yes, there's a woman. She, I tell you about her all the time. Her husband's a douchebag. He's supposed to give his wife his whole check because he's piss poor with money. The 1 week he only gave his wife like $260. The other day he took the van out and it was full of empty beer cans. So the mom is trying to get the kids to school, having to pull beer cans out of the fucking van to take the kids to school. She's broke. She messages me again this morning and she said, can you spot me money for laundry detergent? No, I really can't. If you can't get your husband to contribute. That thing right there? Up there, Quantum, is that what you're talking about? That's Olaf. And the thing behind it is Sorcerer Mickey Pop. Sorcerer Mickey Pop number 481. The penguin? Yeah. Let's see.
So when someone comes to you...
I pulled down a couple of other bits and bobs. I'm going to have to get going here in a couple of minutes. My wife hurt her ankle. I need to go check that. But I got a little bit of time. Let's go back to this guy. I showed an earlier video of his. I'm going to go back to him.
If the source of your wealth is owning, investing, and not by working, then that means you're taking wealth from other people, otherwise known as stealing.
This guy is such a fucking douchebag. He doesn't like. This is why social media needs to have a fucking ID requirement and an education requirement. If you suddenly did, I'm not saying ownership and investing is a good thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. A gun can be a good thing. It can be a bad thing, right? I owned property. I was not a slumlord. I was not a profiteer. When I sold off my multi-unit apartment building, the new owners agreed to maintain my rent control because I had half of my, I had 26, 25, 20, I had 24 units. 26 unit building, one for the on-site super and one for the laundry room. I put a laundry room in one of the unit, like I turned one of the units into a laundry room for the people that live there because most of them were elderly. A lot of my elderly I put on rent controlled leases. And what I said was, you guys have paid me enough. Your units are renovated. I will never raise your rents. You 10 people, 10 out of 24, I will never raise your rents. I met with all of them. I said, I will never raise your rents because I don't need to. Everybody else in the unit, I'm only going to raise your rents to cover the property tax. The building is paid for 3 times over, right? Without investors, the economy grinds to a halt. Without owners, the economy grinds to a halt. Yeah, you're pulling money out of one part of the economy, but you're not stealing, just transferring it to another part. Now, I am the first person to say I am tired of slumlords. I am tired of slumlords. But, and yes, we have talked many times on this show, I don't agree with single-family homes being owned by corporations. I don't agree with that. But if every single-family home that's owned by a corporation, there are regulations. How do they get around it? Well, which regulation are you talking about? Because most of the people that are living in slums don't have the money to live anywhere else. So what happens is, if you report my building and it needs major renovations, thank you for helping me get the full eviction that I needed. Because what happens is, if I say you're in one of the buildings that the radiator heat only gets the apartment up to about 62 degrees, and say the minimum for that, say the local municipal code says the minimum temperature to heating an apartment needs to be 65 degrees. So you call me and I'm gonna play the role of a slumlord right now. And you call me like, what do you want me to do? The boiler is cracked. The boiler's $50,000 to repair. I don't have $50,000. So what do you want me to do? I've sent the guy out there to patch it. Your apartment's 62 degrees. You're talking about 3-degree difference. Suck it up, buttercup. Now, the reality is, I want to evict all of you. I want to evict all of you because I want to sell the building to some fucking real estate developer. But I have a bunch of you on 2- and 3-year contracts. So what I could be a slumlord who's deliberately not fixing it. Or I could be a person who legitimately, genuinely, I'm saddled by 15 different sets of regulations and I just don't have $50,000 to replace the boiler. So you call housing authority and the housing authority shows up and says, your boiler's out of regulation. And I say, look, honestly, folks, here's my budget. Here's my ledger. I don't have $50,000 to do the boiler. I don't have the money. Unless you have a grant program or something, I don't have the money. So then what they do is they turn around and they say, well, we're condemning your building. Cool. So they go to all the units and they tell all the units not to pay me rent and to move out within 14 days. Thanks. You just did the eviction for me. Now I take that and I go to the real estate developer and I say, cool, the building's empty. What people don't realize is you come along and I have first floor and second floor apartments. And you come along and you're handicapped. You're handicapable. And you're like, well, I'd like to rent from you. And I'm like, I'm sorry, at the present time, I don't have any first floor apartments. Well, your second floor apartments need to be accessible. No, they really don't, because according to this, and this, more than half of my units are accessible. Well, then that person gets all pissy and they file an ADA complaint. And so now I got city, I got municipal, I got county, I got federal, I got 3 different sets of fucking inspectors, and they're like, you don't have fucking, you don't have handicapped access to the second floor. You're right. The building was built before that. This building was built before this ADA. I don't have the ability to retrofit. There is no place to put an elevator. And then they're like, while they're there, they find 18 other things. Well, who the fuck did that help? Nobody. Why can't the inspectors, whoever it is, to report the first, simply just do their job and shut the shit down when the person first reports it? Well, they do. Well, it depends on what they find. Because remember, what you're saying is, why can't they just shut it down when they first find that the boiler's not working? So everybody has to get out in 2 weeks. If you say everybody in the unit has to get out in 2 weeks, that doesn't help anybody, because on day 15, I can enter your unit and throw all your shit out because you no longer have a lawful right to be there. And evicting people is a big giant pain in the ass too. Even evicting people with a court order is a big giant pain in the ass. Let's see. Some of the laws in New York is kind of wild, like the fact that the city can choose to bid and you sell to them before anyone else can. But if your building is worth $1.9 million to a developer, the city might only pay $900K. So you just lost to the private owner another $900K, all because the city said, nah, we have no competition and no one can bid against us for X amount of days. Yeah, I don't understand all of that in New York. I don't understand all that in New York, but I understand enough of it to know. I think I have a video on New York, actually. I think I pulled down one where they're talking about, I'm insolvent because of your 19,000 regulations. No, the example with the second floor not being handicap accessible. When the person first reported it, they should be able to tell her the same thing. This building has enough units available for the handicap access. This complaint is unfounded. And throw it away. Oh no, because remember, they have to inspect everything. Because if they don't, then they'll get sued. You didn't do your job. You didn't do your diligence. The squatters in California videos are crazy. Squatters' rights were designed for a very good purpose. Squatters' rights were designed for this. You completely abandon a house, and I move into the house, and I clean it up, and I take care of it, and I pay the property taxes on it, and I go down to the county, and I say, this house was vacant, and I've moved into it, and I'm gonna take care of all the back taxes, and I'm gonna pay the taxes on it. And the county says, okay, we're gonna make a record that Jalan has moved into this house. And they're gonna come out, and they're gonna do an occupancy inspection, and they're gonna make sure it's inhabitable. And they're gonna say, okay, because it's gonna be on our dead records roll. And they're gonna say, you are more than welcomed to live here. And so, whatever that state's squatters requirement is, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, I live there. Whatever that number is, when I hit that magic number, I go down to the county office and I say, hey, it's been 5 years. And they say, welcome back, Mr. Jalan. Yes, it's been 5 years. You're now on the title. You're now on the title. So if anybody else comes along now, the house is now considered yours. Squatters' rights should only come in if you follow the rules, just like you're saying. Otherwise, they should be able to get the police to remove them. Oh, I've already said this. if anybody ever tries to squat in my house, I'm just moving in with them and I'm fucking up all their shit. Yeah, people squat when they go on vacation and shit. Like, I'm going on vacation, I will tell my Marine buddy across the street. Just like the other day, my Marine buddy was out of town and there was people like around his house. And I walked over and I was like, hey, can I help you? And they kind of looked at me and I said, they're like, yeah, we know so-and-so. I was like, okay. I said, well, I don't know you. I'm not trying to be rude, but we watch each other's houses. I've never met you. He's like, oh, he's told me about you. I said, so he starts telling me some stuff. I was like, oh shit, man, that's you? So he's a Marine. I said, oh, you're his battle buddy. He's like, yeah, I'm his battle brother. He's like, I'm his battle brother. It's like, oh, okay. So we start talking. He's like, yeah, I don't know where he's at. I'm just watching his house. He's like, yeah, he said you guys are good like that. Like, I watch his house when he's gone. Because you're absolutely right. Nobody should just be showing up in your house, squatting in it while you're on vacation. That's some bullshit. That, in my state, I got out of real estate. I got out of renting because in my state, the police can no longer remove trespassers. All they have to do is say, I have a lease, and the police have to leave. It becomes a civil matter. Well, what the fuck is that? I specifically have this house listed as not a rental. My town, you have to fill out the occupancy permit. So if somebody squats here, the cops in my town will throw them out. Because they'll be like, I have a lease. And the cop will say, here's the occupancy permit and you're not fucking on it. Get the fuck out. Then again, nobody would squat in my house. It wouldn't be worth it. I have 20, 25 grand worth of computer gear in this room. We have another 20 or 25 grand worth of cricket stuff in another room. Nobody would squat here. They would just fucking steal from here. It'd be smarter to steal this shit and sell it than to try to piss us off and squat here. Let's see. I got time for a couple more. Let's take it to a different. Let's take it to what's. Oh, if you pay the back taxes and squat for 3 years, the owner can still get the house back. Yes, but the owner has to pay you back for the back taxes. Because then you put a lien back on the house. And so in order for them to retain it, now they have to pay you back the back taxes.
So you would only date a guy if he's 6 to 7 figure earner?
Yeah.
How much would you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10?
8. Okay. My fatness doesn't devalue me.
Oh, wait, I wasn't muted? I'm sorry.
We heard that, Andrew.
I was laughing at something my chat said.
This is the fucking Delulu world we live in. This is the fucking Delulu world we're living in. You might be an 8 to somebody. Like, right? You might be an 8 to somebody. You are not an 8 overall. Like, this face, I comprehend the fact that I look like I face fucked an angle grinder, okay? Like, somebody made a Twitter post and they said, would you be upset if somebody walked up to you and gave you $1 million and said you're ugly? I said, no. I'd be like, thanks for recognizing it. I've been waiting for my consolation prize since I was born. Like, right? People are so delusional. I rate myself between a 4 and a 6. Strangely enough, man, you look just like my uncle. Like, you look just like my uncle. And if my uncle wasn't dead, I was gonna be like, what the fuck? People are so people are delusional. I think overall you're a 5 to 6. She's got an 8 with her. She's got an 8 on her A1C score. The Whatever podcast is entertaining because they bring on these insane guests, but to say these people are a real representation of women is a stretch. Well, the thing is they are a real representation. They are a real representation. I see shit like that all the time. I see women who think they're an 8, a 9, or a 10 all the time. And objectively, they might be to somebody, but they're not overall.
You arrive home.
I want to save this. I want to save this one for another day. This is a whole. This is a brilliant one. Let's see. I love this guy.
Trying to take a shot of Everclear and have no reaction.
You want to bet he has a reaction?
It's 95% alcohol. It's basically rubbing alcohol.
Yeah, just like flames are basically a little tepid.
So I want to try to take a shot and have no reaction to it. I got this to chase it down with.
Nothing chases Everclear. Everclear does the chasing, the abduction of your soul, and it holds the ransom of your body for eternity. I want to tell you the smell is the worst part, but I would be lying, and I kind of want to see this. There it is. Those aren't sound effects. That is each dream exploding, every hope detonating, and every happy cell in his body combusting into oblivion.
We're good.
No, we're not good.
We're good? Are you sure about that? I think you mean you're a good candidate to black out soon.
It burns.
Really? It burns? Look at the shocked look on my face.
I'll put some hair in your chest, boy.
The reason it'll put hair on your chest is demons are known to be hairy. They'll never learn.
Oh my God. Like, guys, I'm not even joking. I'm like, I watched him shoot that shot at Everclear, and my body just had the psychosomatic response. Like, I got the cold chill sweats watching his face, because I did that shit when I was a younger man, and holy fuck, like, Everclear belongs in a watermelon. Everclear belongs in the watermelon. There's only one thing I've ever had that's worse than Everclear, and that's diesel. Not the fuel, it's the actual drink brand. Holy shit. Like, holy shit. Let's see.
That lady who called ICE on those South Koreans at the Hyundai plant and
not that one. That one was queued up for the other day. My girlfriend wanted to take a shot of Everclear, and I've seen her get a little tipsy off a wine cooler. She's already Latina. I don't need a black eye. My wife is Mexican, man, so I understand.
You're married. You do not need permission to access.
Okay, I'm gonna end the show with this one. Let me pause my music. I want to find this guy, and I want to beat the fuck out of this guy. Not this first speaker guy, not the guy that does the react. This is what's wrong with our society. If you know people that talk like that and you're not knocking them the fuck out, then this is where our problem is as a culture.
You're married. You do not need permission to access your spouse's body.
No, for sure you do, but go on.
You don't need a green light before you touch your spouse.
Yes, you do, because touching somebody without consent.
Their body belongs to you. Your body belongs to them. You belong to each other.
You really just posted this on the internet. You just posted it for everybody to see. First off, Someone check the hard drive. I don't know who's been following along with current events, but I have a sneaking suspicion this man belongs to a certain academy, if you catch my drift. But I digress. If this statement doesn't immediately raise red flags in your head, there is something wrong with you. You do need consent. You do not own anyone else's body. It doesn't matter if you're in a relationship. It doesn't matter if you're married. If there's any doubt your partner does not want to be touched, you do not touch them. End of story. Consent is not an optional concept. You didn't earn it just because you bought a ring. About 1 in 3 women will experience violence from a partner in their lives because of shit like this. The only people who think like this are predators. You're not describing love, you're describing ownership.
Like, yeah, Phelan just said, I know a streamer is dealing with a vet who gets serial raped by her spouse. Yeah, like, shit, right? Like, whatever rules you have in your marriage for what your green lights are, that's on you. But you notice I didn't say whatever rules you have in your marriage. I said whatever rules you have in your marriage for green lights. Like in my household, right? My wife knows if the office looks kind of like this. If this is what my wife sees when she comes in my office, she knows I probably don't want to be touched, engaged with, laughed with. Because if I'm sitting here like this, I'm probably not having a good social day. So I deliberately make sure when I'm having a good day, I make sure that my office looks friendly, right? I was just thinking, it seems like both of them just have, well, right. Now, but there's a difference between saying what the first guy said, because he's saying you don't. He's not saying my wife and I don't. He's saying you don't need permission. You need permission to touch anybody, right? You need permission to touch anybody. Does an ass slap count? Not gonna lie, I come randomly sliding in from those random ass slaps, but I also understand when she gives me a look, I need to also slide my ass out. Like the greased up deaf guy from family. Right, and that's the thing. That's your relationship with your spouse, and you know, because you basically just summed it up. You just summed it up, spot on. I mean, this is your wife knows you're about to slide in for that ass slap, and she gives you that look, and you have the unwritten, you have the unspoken language, right? But he's like, you don't need permission. What? Again, somebody should be able to press a button on TikTok and be like, alert local authorities. Like, what the fuck is that statement? You need permission. Now, maybe you and your spouse have whatever fucking rules, lines, whatever. My wife will shoot me a message and she'll say, like, I'm really not feeling well. Like, my wife fell. That's what I said earlier. My wife fell. She fell over the cat. And we're leaving for Disney in 2 weeks. My wife has a sloppy ankle. She's like, I fell over the cat. You need to go soak it now. And then she soaked it. It's elevated. I'll check on it here in a minute. There's nothing else I can do for an ankle roll. If it's really swollen, I'll pick up the kid. If it's not really swollen and she can walk on it, we'll put it in the brace. If it's not better by tomorrow, she'll go see the doctor. She's got a sloppy ankle. She falls on it all the time. What? If you believe what that the first guy said is you don't need permission, I'd like to check your computer because you might be responsible for some of the 62 million clicks on one of those websites. And that bothers me. With that said, I'm going to get out of here because I'm trying to be a really, really disciplined boy and work on another project I'm working on. And this. So, I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment